get it. Vibe blowing at the J. Got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing at my J. Got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping out the bag. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy on my paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl's still a fan. And yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The re-up just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm troubled, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck. And they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit I don't trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I could never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. Just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Couple big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. Get my good side. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the band jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice, gonna run up a check. Demand my respect. I'm doing the most, I never quit. They want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the J. Got the loud jumping out the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping out the bag. Vibe blowing at my J. Got the loud jumping out the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping out the bag. Vibe blowing at the J. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is she might be what I need. She gets spicy, want taste this, come by me. Yeah, I'm icy, way too icy. I get paper, on big screen, I'm spiky. I'm vibing, vibing, too wavy. I could tell they wanna get like me. Timid straight shooter, I'm dumping the clip that I'm dipping. Hitting the mark with the weightiest art. I rage with my heart and it's right with my wrists. Cut up the pay with the real ones. I see a few million, we want it, we need it, let's get it. Long live the niggas that get it, they live how they say it. A sentence, we really the trillest. Please don't pretend with that love that you send it is fuck if you like me, I call me the villain. Somebody tell God forgive me, I'm sinning. I think that she know, but he got me, I'm winning. Cloud is a dangerous drug and your phone is the plug. Everybody on that shit pretending. So many lost and they chasing what's trending. Boy, yeah, let's forget it, I'm back to my senses. I'm only helping a man in the mirror. From here on, I'm open, I'm focused. Okay, I lied if you riding, I'm riding. I put on the pokes and trusting me. Get with it, come fuck with me. I don't bet it's love, you stuck with me. I'm coming in clutch for me. Get with it, they get lost, ain't nobody touching me, yeah. She like me, she might be what I need. She get spicy, want taste this, come by me. Yeah, I'm icy, way too icy. I get paper, on big screen, I'm spiky. I'm vibey, just vibey, too wavy. And she and they won't get like me. I'm vibey, just vibey, too wavy. Come and get like me. She like me, she might be what I need. Too icy, way too icy. I get paid, my big screen, my spike me. I'm vibey, just vibey, too wavy. I can tell they wanna get like me. I'm vibey, just vibey, too wavy. Come and get like me.
Before you tell me that I've changed a lot, take a minute to consider a lot has changed me.
Man, that's deep at the end of the song. Before you say that I've changed a lot, take a minute to consider that a lot has changed me. Oh, them words is oh so icy. You know what I'm saying? Just like the southern border. You know what I'm saying? It might be hot down there in the desert, but with Trump in office, it's real icy down there. You know what I'm saying? It's real icy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody, man. It is good to see each and every one of you. I hope everybody is doing great. All right. It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice, smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right. So if you guys can hear me and everything looks and sounds good on the screen, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you cannot hear me and things are looking and sounding bad, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who's in the building early. All right. Shout out to my man, Carlton Way. What's good with it, bro? We got Katsy in the building. Shout out to you. Shout out to, all right. Shout out to Katsy. We got to give Katsy the stand on business. You know what I'm saying? For a month of membership support, undocumented. Definitely appreciate you, Katsy. Let me throw this in here real quick for you. Make sure y'all show her some love.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to my man DSB. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Standing on business for 3 months. Definitely appreciate it.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to Sybil. What's good with it, Sybil? We got Miss Nisi in the building. Shout out to Miss Nisi. Make sure y'all show Miss Nisi some love. 3 months of membership support. Standing on business for 3 months. Definitely appreciate it.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to my man AB Promotions, also better known as Fomosaki. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Fomosaki for 1 month of support. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to my man Cameron. What's good with it, bro? Who else we got up in here? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with it, Brooklyn Queen? Shout out to Cameron for 3 months standing on business. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
We got Mod Extraordinaire, Brooklyn Queen in the building. Panelist Extraordinaire, Brooklyn Queen. Definitely appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Research, right? Research Extraordinaire, Brooklyn Queen. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you. 4 months of support. Make sure y'all show her some love. Standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
And my man, Black Free Thinker in the building. Make sure y'all show Black Free Thinker some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat from my man, Black Free Thinker, standing on business for 3 months. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate you. Make sure that you guys do exactly what Brooklyn Queen is saying right there. All right. Shout out to Lois Knowles. What's good with it? All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about some of these changes that have occurred, all right, since Trump has been in office. Let me ask you guys this question. How many days has it been? Time seems like it's interesting, right? It seems like it's going slow and fast at the same time. How many days has Trump been in office? What is this? 2, 3, right? And he's already been doing a lot of changes as it regards to immigration. Now, let me ask people this question. How do you all feel about the changes? Is everybody satisfied? Shout out to Cassie, 3 days. Are people satisfied? Does it seem like he's delivering on what he said that he would deliver on in regards to immigration? If it does, give me a thumbs up. If it does not, give me a thumbs down. What we're going to do is we're going to try to run through as much as we can about what he's done, how people are reacting, and the implications of everything that has done and what the future could possibly hold. All right. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and share the stream to your social media. Now, here's my question. How many people heard about this? Trump administration cancels travel for refugees already cleared to resettle in the USA. Now, I think this has something to do with the cancellation of the CBP1 app. All right. All of that stuff involving the CBP1 app immediately shut down, which is interesting because you remember for a very long time, people were saying that the CBP1 app was a myth. It was misinformation. There was no such thing as the CBP1 app. This thing was completely false. If that's the case, how can you shut down something that's false? That's got to ask that, right? Trump administration cancels travel for refugees already cleared to resettle in the United States. All right, so let's take a look at this. Probably going to be an ad here. You know what I'm saying?
Your vehicle is your co-pilot to work, and more importantly,
of course, there'll be an ad there. So, we got to play through this ad. You know what I'm saying? Let's play through this ad, and then let's get to this video. All right, because we got a lot of stuff. If you're not subscribed to the Magatron channel, please take a moment and subscribe to the Magatron channel. If one of the mods could put the link for the Magatron channel in the chat, I would greatly appreciate it. If I'm able to get this done in a timely fashion, shout out to Tedra. What's good with it, Tedra? I'm going to try to get some stuff going over there because, like AB Promotion said, shout out to AB, 3 days and he doing the most. Yeah, he doing the most. Yeah, he doing a lot. He doing the most. He ain't done enough with crypto yet, but he doing the most everywhere else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, President Donald Trump is putting the government's diversity, equity, and inclusion staff on paid leave as agencies plan for layoffs. Just the latest fallout from one of his executive orders slashing federal DEI programs, and just one of the headlines from Trump's first full day in office. At the White House Tuesday, President Trump announced new infrastructure investments in artificial intelligence,
creating over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately.
As hundreds of people convicted for the January 6 attack were released from prison following Trump's sweeping clemency actions on Inauguration Day.
I always knew he was going to do it. Yeah, I had no doubt.
But the move facing criticism from Democrats.
Some of these rioters brutally attacked policemen.
And even some Republicans.
It raises, I think, a legitimate safety question here on Capitol Hill.
Also on Tuesday, the Trump administration reversed a long-standing...
Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to Patrick. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen, mod extraordinaire. You guys see the link that's pinned in the chat. Make sure that you guys hit that link if you're not subscribed to that channel already.
Policy that previously prevented migrants from being arrested at schools and churches, paving the way for his promise of mass deportations. This as 22 states are suing to block Trump's push to end birthright citizenship.
Now, how many people have heard about all of these states suing to stop this proposed ending of birthright citizenship? If you guys have heard about this, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not heard about this, then give me a thumbs down. And here's my question. What do you all think about it? How do people feel about the quote unquote end of birthright citizenship? Let me know what you guys think.
The president has overstepped his authority by a mile, and we will hold him accountable.
Meantime, Senator Marco Rubio sworn in as Secretary of State.
Do solemnly swear.
The first member of Trump's cabinet to be confirmed.
We are headed into a new era that I think will make the world a safer place.
On his first full day, Trump also huddled with congressional Republicans for a wide-ranging meeting at the White House covering things like tax cuts, disaster aid, and the March deadline to keep the government funded. Reporting in Washington, I'm Jackie DeFusco.
All right, so there's that. All right, so let's check this out. All right. So it says refugees who had been approved to travel to the United States before a January 27th deadline, suspending America's refugee settlement program, have had their travel plans canceled by the Trump administration. Thousands of refugees are now stranded at various locations around the globe. The suspension was in an executive order signed by President Trump on Monday. It left open the possibility that people who had undergone the lengthy process to be approved as refugees and permitted to come to the United States and had flights booked before that deadline might still be able to get in under the wire. But in an email reviewed Wednesday by the Associated Press, the U.S. agency overseeing refugee processing and arrival told staff and stakeholders that refugee arrival to the United States had been suspended for further notice, till further notice. All right. So that's so that's interesting. My question to everybody is, what do you all think about that? We'll take a look at a brief look at some of these executive orders that Trump did on day one. We're going to go more in depth in that regard on the Megatron channel. All right, we're going to go more in depth on that on the Megatron channel. But here's my question. What do people think about this? Do people think that this will hold up? If you guys think that this will hold up, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that it'll hold up, then give me a thumbs down. Among those affected are more than 1,600 Afghans cleared to resettle in the U.S. as part of the program that the Biden administration set up after the American withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021. If you ask me, the priority right there should have been to get the Americans back to the United States safe. I don't know, really, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's the best thing right there. You know what I'm saying? That number includes those who worked alongside American soldiers during the war, as well as family members of active duty U.S. military personnel. Trump's order has given the agency until January 27 before it began to halt all processing and traveling. Now, however, it appears the timing in the order was moved up. It was not immediately clear what prompted the change. Refugees are distinct from people who come directly to the U.S.-Mexico border with the goal of eventually seeking asylum in the U.S. Refugee must be living outside of the U.S. to be considered for resettlement and are usually referred to the State Department by the United Nations. All right. So again, why is the United Nations referring people? See, these are the questions that people have to ask, right? That's my question for everybody in the comment section. Why is the United Nations referring people to the United States for quote unquote resettlement? Does anybody find that odd? If you find that odd, give me a thumbs up. If you don't find that odd, then give me a thumbs down. They undergo extensive screening before coming to the U.S. Once in the U.S., they are usually paired with a resettlement agency that helps them adjust to life in America. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Is there anybody who knows any names of any resettlement agencies? Who knows the name of some of these resettlement agencies? Who are these people? Some of these people NGOs? That includes help finding a job and getting their children enrolled in school. All right, so how does that work? How do you get enrolled in school? You know what I'm saying? How do you get enrolled in school? Now, I want to ask you guys this question. How many people know all of the executive orders that Trump signed on day one? Shout out to my man DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for DSB, for standing on business, funding the organization, and growing the organization, and standing on business for a month, for longer than a month, for a month in that account. Appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate you. So let's take a look, right? Let's take a look at some of these executive orders that were signed on day one. All right. And we're going to be tracking some of these. Actually, we're going to track them all. You know what I'm saying? We're going to track them all. All right. Track the executive orders President Donald Trump signed on day one. Within hours of returning to the White House, President Trump issued several executive orders. All right, so let's see what they say here. And you guys know we're gonna have an ad right here. So
your vehicle is your co-pilot to work and more.
You know how they do. You know what I'm saying? They got to make that advertising money. I ain't mad at them. I ain't mad at them. Get the money. Get the money. You know what I'm saying?
Administration is now.
Let's see. We're gonna run this back so we can hear everything they got to say.
The second Trump administration is now underway. President Trump sworn in today in an indoor ceremony in the Capitol Rotunda. Good evening. I'm Marissa Tansino.
And I'm Tom Garris. In his inaugural address, President Trump made it clear he's getting right to work on his...
Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. And also, if you're not a part of the Discord, take a moment and join the Discord. Shout out to Honda 666. What's good with it, bro?
His agenda, including action on immigration, international trade, and inflation. WMUR's Steve Botari is live inside the Capitol complex in Washington, D.C. with more. Hey, Steve.
Tom, Marissa, the president today declaring a new golden age of America begins today, saying this in his inaugural address. Donald Trump really using that as his poll quote. The team had been saying he was going to strike this optimistic tone now for several days leading up to his address. And that was that moment they were talking about there. Before then, the president kind of striking some of the same grievances that he's launched into during many of his campaign stops we saw during this second presidential campaign. Among other things, the president making a lot of news in this speech today, declaring an emergency at the southern border, designating cartels.
So we know of two emergency declarations that Trump has done, right? What are the two emergency declarations that he's done? I know a lot of you guys know one of them, and then there's this one, right? What are the two emergency declarations that we know of that he's done so far?
Terror organizations, ordering troops to the U.S. southern border, and declaring that America will plant a U.S. flag on Mars.
America's decline is over.
America's gonna plant a U.S. flag on Mars. How long have I been warning people about this?
Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you.
And now, how's this for a split screen? On your left today.
Now, here's my question, right? And I want to ask this because I think this is important for people to understand and contextualize. He said the journey to, quote unquote, reclaim our republic. Who and what is he talking about? Let me know.
Day, January 20th, 2025. On your right, January 20th, 2024. 1 year ago today, then Republican candidate Donald Trump in the New Hampshire presidential primary in Manchester. Then Trump was trying to fend off a primary challenge from former Ambassador Nikki Haley. The key issues he talked about at that 2024 rally: securing the border, bringing the largest deportation operation in the country's history, and increasing domestic oil production. All topics he discussed today in his inaugural address. Now, during our exclusive interview with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, she said, just look into the crowd today. Look at the number of tech CEOs who were in the audience, and you can already see a second Trump administration is going to be different than the first.
There is a real shift, and I think all Americans are realizing it's time to get behind President Trump. We have a lot of work to do as a country, and he's the man to do it at this moment in time.
Now, much of the focus here today, understandably, has been about presidents, both now past and present. But J.D. Vance also made history today, becoming the only vice president who's ever been a millennial, the first now in U.S. history.
So there's that. Pretty interesting, right? So now here says, within hours of taking office, President Donald Trump issued several executive orders addressing several topics, including government censorship, TikTok, immigration, and climate policies. Now, how many people remember on Reacts, right? You guys remember when Reacts used to be called BLR4, and we used to talk about the climate topics, right? You guys remember that? Got a lot of executive orders signed in regards to the climate. This marks the fourth time since 1937 that a U.S. president has signed an executive order during their first day in office. Why do you guys think that a lot of these presidents don't do that? So I think that this is an interesting statistic here. This marks the fourth time since 1937 that a U.S. president has signed an executive order during their first day in office. So why do people think that that's something that's so common? People make these demands. This needs to be signed on the first day. Apparently, before Trump did it, it was only done 3 other times. How many presidents have we had? Right? So now here it says the Hearst television data team defines a day one executive order issued on January 20th as an order issued on January 20th. All right. An executive order is an order issued unilaterally by the president who carries the force of law. Presidents use executive orders to execute their campaign promises or policy goals that may face opposition or roadblocks in Congress. All right. So this is the whole point. So I want you guys to understand when you listen to the definition, right? When you listen to the definition of what an executive order is, an executive order is created for the very purpose of what the people who say they can't do an executive order do. It's specifically for high resistance things. It's specifically for things that may run into resistance. Controversial, right? Campaign promises, policy goals. What does that tell you about executive orders and how they should be utilized? In his last term, Trump only signed one executive order on the first day. That executive order focused on minimizing the economic and regulatory burdens of the Affordable Care Act. So far, Trump has signed 26 executive orders on day one, the record for executive orders signed on day one since 1937. During his first administration, he ended his first week in office with a total of 4 executive orders signed. This time around, just hours after taking office, he has already surpassed that number. Here are all the executive orders Trump has signed so far. All right, so these are the executive orders that Trump has signed so far. All right, that's interesting. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says Trump knows he's a marked man, so he's trying to get as much done as he can. If you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. That probably is in the back of his head. You know what I'm saying? Day one executive order signed by President Donald Trump. So here's the list. All right. Restoring names that honor American greatness. What names are those? You know what I'm saying? Places like Dead Negro Holler. You know what I'm saying? Designating cartels and other organizations as foreign terrorist organizations, specifically designated global terrorists. Not bad. You know what I'm saying? I think they should have always been, right? Reforming the federal hiring process and restoring merit to government service. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What does that mean? Ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing. What does that mean? What does that mean? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, what was going on in 1937? I think the United States was stealing people's gold around that time. I think that might have been 7 years after. You know what I'm saying? Or I think it might have been around the time that the United States was stealing people's gold. You know what I'm saying? Something that you don't have to worry about with Bitcoin if you got it in a cold wallet, but that's neither here nor there, right? Defending women from gender ideology extremism and restoring biological truth to the federal government. Establishing and implementing the President's Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. You know what I'm saying? We need to come up with an organization called WHALE. What do you guys think? I think we're going to come up with an organization called WHALE. You know what I'm saying? America First policy directive to the Secretary of State, protecting the United States. And they got the links to all of these executive orders. We can look at every single one of these if you want. I think I might put this article to the side and then, we'll go down the line with these. You know what I'm saying? Unleashing Alaska's extraordinary potential. Now, what does that mean? You know what that means? It's a lot of oil in Alaska, right? A lot of energy potential in Alaska. Protecting the American people against invasion, and that's under immigration. Okay, and see over here, this one here revokes 4 executive orders signed by Biden. So yeah, we can definitely look at each one of these. I'm saying Trump signed 4 executive orders at Capital One Arena addressing ending federal censorship and weaponization of the federal government. He also signed an executive order revoking 67 executive orders and 11 presidential memorandums signed during the Biden administration. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Does anybody know what these Biden era executive orders were that these Trump executive orders struck down? Does anybody know? If anybody knows, make sure you share them with us in the chat. All right. On Joe Biden's first day in office, he signed 9 executive orders, 5 of which reversed executive orders from the Trump administration. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How are you supposed to get anything done like this? If this is what happens, how are you supposed to get anything done? Every time there's a new president, all we do is we're just going to sign and cancel out what the last president did. Do you guys notice that when it comes to the United States, there's not really ever any building on top of policy that was there before? Do you all notice that? So do you think that might be why sometimes things appear and seem to be stagnant as it pertains to the United States? How is anything ever supposed to get done in that kind of environment? You know what I'm saying? Give me 1 second here. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at a video. And this video somewhat highlights what we were just talking about. All right. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Let's see. We're going to try to put this on the highest resolution so it's real clear. We're going to see if it works.
Let's turn our monitors now to the White House. The Trump administration continues to drastically change the U.S. immigration system during the first 100 days in office. Earlier this morning, the State Department released a memo canceling all refugee travel and processing. The president also issued a number of executive orders involving immigration over the last 3 days. Those orders include ending birthright citizenship, declaring a national emergency at the border, and designating cartels as terrorist organizations. Attorneys general in both more than 20 states have filed lawsuits to stop Trump from ending birthright citizenship so far. CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us now from the White House for more on all of this. Ed, thank you so much for being with us. Let's start with the refugee issue. How does this memo impact people waiting for refugee status? I mean, they're really in limbo, aren't they?
They are, Elizabeth. Essentially, anyone in the U.S. refugee admissions program who's trying to come in from overseas and may have been sponsored by a U.S. citizen now has got to sit tight or may never, at least in the next 4 years, get an opportunity to get in unless they can find some other way. This is among the different steps that now President Trump vowed he would take at the beginning of his presidency. So it should be no surprise to those who've been actively involved that the steps were taken. It is, of course, shocking. And there are undoubtedly people around the world who are calling either those American sponsors or their lawyers who may have been involved in the situation to try to figure out, is this immediate? Is it as of today? Do I have maybe 48 hours to get in? But it would appear it is immediate and that those changes are happening. And as you mentioned, a lot of the other immigration decisions that he announced or that he's put in through executive action are going to face legal challenges and may not ever be fully implemented until or before those legal challenges begin, in part because there aren't necessarily people in place yet to start implementing them, if that makes sense. So a lot of detail, a lot of sort of take a breath and really review the details of this, ask around if you're someone who's directly affected, but all of it designed to send the message that immigration policy in the United States, and for those trying to get into the United States, is changing dramatically and will be quite different than it was over the last 4 years.
Yeah, it was something that Trump...
Now, I want to ask you guys this question. How do people feel about all of this? If you ask me, one thing that people should notice about this is something that day one, when he got in office, he immediately got on doing this, right? So the people who voted for him and the people who voted for him in regards to these particular types of policies, for the most part, it would seem that he did an immediate campaign delivery, right? If you guys would agree, he did an immediate campaign delivery, give me a thumbs up. If you would disagree and you don't think that he did an immediate campaign delivery, then give me a thumbs down. Now, here goes my question. Now that this has been done, my question for you guys is, this clears the way for the people who voted for this to do what? Because why did people vote for this? People voted for this because of things that they said they weren't able to do because they weren't being prioritized, right? So now that this is handled, now that this is out of the way, people can do what exactly? So should we be paying attention and making sure that people deliver on why they voted for this? So if these policies have been delivered, and if you ask me, these policies, despite the fact that people will deny this, benefit a large portion of people who did and didn't vote for him, what does this open up the opportunity for? What does this open up the opportunity for? Shout out to my man, John Guillory. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure you guys show John Guillory some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for John Guillory for funding the organization and standing on business for 3 months. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching times.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on big work. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate you. So this opens up the opportunity for people to be able to do what? Because he's done his part, right? He did what people asked him to do. You know what I'm saying? So why did people ask him to do this? Because they claimed that there was an inability to do what exactly? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, uh-oh, here we go. My hand is on the button. Keep your hand on the button, bro. We need to get a computerized button with an AI agent.
Promised repeatedly during his campaign for president. And I want to move to this issue real quick. CBS News obtained
Shout out to my man, DC Precise. What's good with it, bro?
a memo from the Trump administration about the future of employees hired under the diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Those employees scheduled to be placed on leave today. And just moments ago, Senator John Kennedy.
Now, I want to ask everybody this question. How do people feel about the people that have been placed on leave who were part of these quote unquote DEI programs? What are people's thoughts about that? How do people feel about that? I'm cursed. Let me know.
Had this to say on this president's latest move.
I personally don't believe that race or gender should be used to either help a person or to harm a person.
Things have changed in the United States. Things have changed in the United States. We could deeply and greatly expand on that. Right? We could deeply and greatly expand on that. But I ain't got time, so let's continue.
In the past 4 years under President Biden, it was the exact opposite. And I think what you're going to see under President Trump reacting to the...
Now, he said under President Biden, it was the exact opposite. So, according to him, he said that under President Biden, there were people who were receiving, quote unquote, preferential treatment as a result of, quote unquote, race and quote unquote gender. Now, here's my question. Who might these people be? If there's anybody that can name any examples of these people and what kind of positions they got or what type of preferential treatment they got, you're more than welcome to put it in the comment section. All right.
To the feelings of the American people is to go back to a race neutral, gender neutral system based on merit.
So, Ed, do we know yet what happens to those employees once they're put on leave? Are they eventually going to be let go?
Well, first of all, Senator Kennedy is expressing one view, but there are obviously people who feel differently about that. We haven't heard yet, at least on camera, from other Democratic lawmakers who will be strongly opposed to this decision and who would argue the exact opposite of Kennedy, that, in fact, this is going to invite issues of gender and racial discrimination once again in the federal ranks. There have been examples of it through the years, and what President Biden had put in place was designed to start addressing those, though there were still examples when he was president, especially in the percentage of people hired
Now, again, I want to ask you guys this question as we're listening to this. Thoughts? So my question is, if there was these issues, quote unquote, that existed during the Biden administration with these programs in place, my question is, what's the difference? Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people have heard this talking point? The talking point goes like this. In many cases in the United States, quote unquote, we need, quote unquote, the majority population, quote unquote, them folks, to be racist towards us, to motivate us to overachieve. How many people have ever heard that talking point? I think that that's a stupid talking point. I think that is dumb as hell. How many people ever heard that talking point? If you guys have ever heard that talking point, give me a thumbs up. If you haven't, give me a thumbs down. If you haven't ever heard that talking point, shout out to you. Your ears have been preserved from maximum stupidity. Shout out to Patrick Tyler. Make sure you guys show Patrick Tyler some love. The first one to hit the target. Throw some targets in the chat. Throw some darts in the chat for Patrick Tyler. Make sure you guys show Patrick some love. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Patrick said, funny, when it's merit, it's always white males. If you guys agree with Patrick, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Shout out to you, Lucky. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, I never heard that. Good. I've heard it. I know a lot of people have heard it. Yeah, shout out to AB. AB says that kind of talk is all over YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a stupid talking point. Because my thing is, if that's the case, if other people dehumanizing you is what's necessary for you to perform at an optimal level, then my question is, why would anybody perform? Why would anybody complain about that type of treatment then, right? Because that type of treatment is creating you at your optimal level. And you need to be at an optimal level to be at maximum competitiveness. So that's an invitation. That's a justification. Then people can say, even you people say it. That's how you get those justifications for people saying, well, slavery was a good thing. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's a dumb talking point. I think it's stupid as hell. You know what I'm saying? That's like if I said, I just need to rough you up a little bit to get you to act right. Does that work in any other situation? Is that a viable justification in any other situation? How many women would accept that from their husband? Sometimes she don't act right, but I just knock her upside her head a couple of times and she does what she's supposed to do. I don't think most women would brag if their relationship was like that. I don't think anybody would brag if their relationship was like that. As a matter of fact, I don't think most people would even discuss it publicly amongst strangers or even amongst casual acquaintances if that's how the dynamics of their relationship was. So here's my question, and why do people say that? Here's my question. Why do people not have enough situational awareness to understand what's best for them when it's best for them at the appropriate time? When somebody says something like, we need a little bit of abuse to perform optimally, what that says is that there's not a reflex that turns on your own to be able to perform optimally, which is a problem. Right? So that's just something to consider. Me personally, right? My personal opinion is that things should make sense. And I don't think that people should invite harm or wrongdoing to themselves to justify a situation that they're in. I don't think that people should do that. And I'm not going to do it just because it's popular on YouTube. I don't care what's popular on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who thinks that that talking point is a viable talking point, apply that to everything in your life. When you go to work, there should be harsh treatment towards you. You should be treated unfair. You should get a horrible work evaluation to motivate you to do better. Yeah, shout out to Lewis. I agree. I agree 100%. Shout out to my man, John Guillory. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure you guys show John Guillory some love for feeding the liquidity. I appreciate you. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for John Guillory. John says, well, if it's going to be based off merit, most of them folks will be out of work, especially at my job. Facts. At a lot of jobs. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you guys show John some love, man. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. We're getting close to that goal. Now, you guys know, what the goal gets you. Goal get you a call-in show on Undocumented. All right? Make sure you guys take a look at the goal, see if that's a topic or something that y'all interested in. If it is, and you got some spare change, feed the liquidity. Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate it. And he bought y'all lunch.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes.
In Springfield,
it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. It's a pity. Thought overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there. It's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines. I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it. Patrick says, Rob, I know someone who's an airline mechanic, and he said them folks be coming to him and a few others to solve problems. He said they don't know how to fix no damn planes, and it's a complicated issue. Here's my question. When they come to him, people ask me how to fix this issue. Now, I can fix this issue, but I need to make sure that I get credit for it. Because I'm not trying to be funny, but if that was me at work, I'm not going to help those people. I'm going to log that they can't do it. We're going to go to the supervisor together, and we're going to figure out that person's competency, and then I'm going to get credit for it. Because I believe in job security, which is one of the reasons why I never fully train people. I never fully orient people. I always keep a private key, so to speak. Because that's job security. You know what I'm saying? And I don't care if people think that that's rotten. I think it's more rotten if I train my own replacement. You know what I'm saying? That is rotten, in my opinion, if I did that to myself. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I would bring it up, bro. Ask him how he dealt with it. You know what I'm saying? Now, here's another thing, right? When it comes to the DEI, we need to start hiring each other at our own businesses, creating businesses. If we had businesses, enterprises, and value chain, these things really wouldn't be an issue. You wouldn't have to go to quote unquote McDonald's to get a job. You wouldn't have to go to quote unquote Dell to get a job. We'd be able to utilize our own hiring policies, our own quotas. People put financial custody into the hands of other people instead of taking financial custody of their own. As long as you're looking to someone else for a job instead of looking to yourself for ownership, the problem could be a bias of DEI The problem could be a bias of anything. People might not like the car that you drive. You're always subjecting yourself to the biases and opinions of someone who you have given control and custody of your outcomes to. It's so bad that people don't even ask for these things politically. People ask for more jobs politically. If you're asking for more jobs politically, you're asking for money to be given to them folks to create more jobs and more businesses. Because who owns the jobs? Shout out to Black Spider. What's good with it? Who owns the jobs? So if we say we need more jobs, okay, well, let me just dump $10 million to Elon Musk so he can open up a plant here. There go the jobs. Who got the money? You know what I'm saying? It's hustling backwards. People got to stop hustling backwards. But because of these old, outdated ideologies that have been the same and never been updated, and people have been pushing this nonsense forever, you still got people, quote unquote, banging for jobs, a job that you can get fired from. Let me ask you this question. How do you get fired from ownership? So if you ask me, DEI is a risk that comes with allowing financial custody of your own outcomes to be held by other people. It's a risk. You know what I'm saying? You invest time into your job. You invest time into your career. Every investment comes with a risk and a return ratio. So if you risk your financial custody being given to the hands of the other person by an application, living that app life, working at a job, instead of owning or controlling your own business and your own financial outcome, that is a risk that comes with it. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to everybody in the comment section, man. I appreciate you guys. We got 21 people watching and we got 24 likes. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button. Let's try to get the likes to 40. All right. And also we're on the 1-to-1 ratio. So throw them 100s in the chat. I appreciate y'all.
Across the government, it is still a predominantly male and white workforce, as it has been historically, and those memos and orders that were put in place by President Biden were designed to get into that and start changing the numbers, and there had been some modest improvement. As for those that are directly working on diversity, equity, inclusion programs, which are not just racial and gender-based, but also to some extent socioeconomic, for example, making sure that there are paid interns.
So here's the type of DEI programs that I'm talking about, right? So let's talk about these artificial intelligence companies, these AI companies. Would you say that company ownership, we are underrepresented in company ownership when it comes to robotics, STEM, artificial intelligence companies, cryptocurrency, DeFi businesses? Where's our representation at in that? DEI, right? We're not talking about personnel DEI. We're talking about market sector DEI. Because when you talk about ownership, now you got to start talking about market segment, right? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Throw some targets, some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks, and some dogs in chat, dogs and cats in the chat. Brooklyn Queen says, hitting the target. We hitting that target. Feed the liquidity. You know what I'm saying? Feed the liquidity. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. I appreciate it. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Research, mod, and panelist extraordinaire. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for her.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes.
In Springfield. Ran, so don't push me. Ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the. Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me where my cat is, cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into jump and claws on felines. I'm mad, and my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they the cat got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. She was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. The cat.
Drop that cat.
the push come from for new businesses in those particular segments that I mentioned, not only from anywhere else, but internally? That's my question, y'all. How many people are even looking at it like that? If you ask me, if you allow other people to be industry leaders, if you allow people to just run wild, you're giving custody of your destiny away. And if you ask me, people have self-volunteered to do that for way too long. I don't know if people are aware that they do it. I don't know if people are unaware that they do it, but that's what they're doing, right? So my question is, regardless of if they know or if they don't, what have the results of that been? Trump is about to give billions of dollars to business. Man, you are going to see so many billions of dollars being given away to businesses. It's going to blow your mind the next 4 years. It's going to blow your mind. Then people are going to say, we didn't have an opportunity to cash in on this. Even though there's an opportunity to cash in on this. There's an opportunity. But what we got to figure out is, why are people not seizing it? Why are people not taking advantage of it? Why are people not putting themselves into position to be able to get a little bit of benefit, to be able to build something else? That's the question that we got to ask. Why is that not the concentration? If you ask me, that's one of the things that should be a primary objective. Now, shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider says risky. You guys know how that works. When it comes to business, there's a risk-reward ratio. You don't take any risk, you don't get any return. You take low risk, you get a low return. So if people are scared, that goes right into that phrase, scared money don't get money. That reflects right into market dynamics, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So people can be scared, but if you're scared, you should have no expectations of a return greater than the prime rate of interest on anything that you're doing financially. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Internships instead of just a non-paid internship where there might have been one before. What this memo is essentially saying is, if you work at an agency where there are, and this is just hypothetical, say 7 people in the Washington office that oversee DEI-related programming or enforcement of policy, they're the ones that get put on leave and will eventually probably lose their job. But what is often the case with people who deal with this kind of a program or enforcement is that they're probably also dealing with other elements of personnel policy, right? So they're in the HR office and they may have other responsibilities. And so maybe they're just going to be told as they're on paid leave, okay, turns out actually about 60% of your job has nothing to do with DEI. You can do that 60%. You're no longer doing the 40%. And we'll find other things for you to do, or just go back to focusing on that 60%. There's no black or white, one-size-fit-all solution to implementing what the president is doing, because each agency or department would have done this differently depending on the size and scope of the workforce and the kind of work that they do. Not everyone sits at a computer punching away at numbers and data all day. You know, they're park rangers.
Let me ask you guys this question. If people owned their own businesses, owned and operated their own businesses, took more self-custody of their fate and of their destiny, let me ask you this question. How much of this would be a problem? If everybody worked for Blacklight Industrial, how much of this would be a problem? Now, we know a lot of people like to complain just to complain. And that's, you know, that's, some people like that. They do what they do, right? So a lot of people, even if you did work for Blacklight Industrial, you'd complain about this, right? Because you complain. You'd complain about working at Blacklight Industrial. It'd be something wrong with my business. I don't pay you enough. I think I'm too good. I'm mean. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, right? People gonna complain, right? But these particular complaints, if you worked for a business that I ran, how much of this would bother you? And here's the question: why would it not bother you? It wouldn't bother you because you wouldn't be affected by these policies because I own the business. We'd had the people in place that we want in place. Because people refuse openly to build people up, to create institutions and situations where they can be shielded from this type of thing, it is my belief that people do not want to end these type of things. It's my belief that people only want to observe and complain about them. Because that's how you get rid of it. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, breaking news, Blacklight Industrial bought 20 billion CAW. Yeah, we cheap. You know what I'm saying? We cheap. That's how we keep the profit margins high. We cheap. They'll complain about that. BLR is cheap. You know what I'm saying? Even though, people would retire with a, 2 Bitcoin retirement plan, right? You're cheap. People gonna complain about everything. It's just in the nature. It's genetic. It's in the DNA, right? Shout out to Patrick Tyler. I got a creative answer for you, Patrick. You probably won't like it. Patrick says, Rob, devil's advocate time. How do we avoid bias and discrimination when it comes to getting awarded the government contracts? Do exactly what we're doing right now. Don't make any businesses that are competitive to try to compete for government contracts, and you'll never have to worry about being discriminated for one because we're not submitting any. How you like that answer? It's the right answer, right? Isn't it? That's a correct answer. You know what I'm saying? That answer satisfies everything that you asked.
They're air traffic controllers. They're people that deal with rare minerals or with tariff policy. And so what you're saying is put these people on paid leave. Once our team is in place, they're going to sort out what exactly to do with them and whether or not they still have a job or can go back to doing other functions. And
look, that's one of them AI answers. That's one of them chat GPT answers.
And that'll get sorted out now probably over the next several months. But it does mean that a handful of people who work for the federal government and agencies all across the country, 85% of federal employees are outside the Washington area, are going to be told today.
Now, here's my thing, right? Shout out to Patrick. This is what I think. I think that people should think for themselves and use common sense. So here's my question. How do you feel about it? What do you think? I think that people should just do something. Do the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge. Do something. Anything. Stop watching and do something. Get off the bench and get into the game. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think that people should do. I think that another thing, this is going to sound bad, right? I think that people should stop asking questions and just do something. Motion creates motion. Do something. People already talk a lot, right? People really talk a lot. They say a lot of things. And, a lot of things that people say, it's got to have people staring at them like they're crazy, right? Here's what I would say. Try something. Come up with an idea. When people tend to do a lot of excessive asking, and if you're excessively asking questions, you're wearing the fact that you're completely clueless on your sleeve. And at this stage in the game, I don't think that people should be clueless. But people are. The evidence is there. People are clueless. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and I wouldn't disagree with Black Spider, right? We've talked about this. Black Spider says business owners are the shit now. Representation is going to be everything in the future. Your word is no longer enough. Yeah. Yeah. And I've said this before, I don't think most people have enough vision and direction to fight their way out of a paper bag. And it shows. The evidence, it shows. I've said this before. 2025, people have been thoroughly exposed. Now, here's the question. Do people want to fix it and deal with it? Or do people want to continue the exposure until the exposure is terminal? What do people want to do? I don't know what people want to do. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what people want to do. I'm not trying to be funny, but I don't care what people are going to do. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's all interesting to watch, right?
You're on paid leave, your email's turned off, and we'll get back to you in a few weeks or a few months.
I want to switch now, Ed, to foreign policy. The president took to Truth Social earlier today saying he would enforce sanctions on Russia if President Vladimir Putin fails to reach a deal with Ukraine. Are we getting kind of a clearer idea of foreign policy? And
Now, how many people heard about this? Because this is interesting, right? All of that being said, I'm going to do Russia, whose economy is falling, and President Putin a very big favor. Settle now and stop this ridiculous war. It's only going to get worse. If we don't make a deal soon, I have no other choice but to put high levels of taxes, tariffs, and sanctions on anything being sold by Russia to the United States and various other participating countries. Now, here's my question to all of the people who are, quote unquote, down with BRICS. If this occurs, how is the whole BRICS thing going to benefit your wealth? Because let me ask you guys this question. If you're invested in or you're staked in something involving BRICS, that's wild that the United States, the place where you live at, is a risk, a high risk against your asset that you're investing in. So how does that work? Does anybody explain that to me?
the future of aid to Ukraine under this new Trump administration?
Well, yeah, and look, what he's saying here is, I was trying to read that while it was on screen there. Stop this ridiculous war. It's only going to get worse if we don't make a deal. And soon I have no other choice but to put high levels of taxes, tariffs, and sanctions on anything being sold by Russia to the United States and various other participating countries. There are, of course, big sanctions already in place, especially on its oil industry and on key oligarchs and other leaders in Russian society. So in essence, what he's saying is he'd continue enforcing what's already in place. Done pretty aggressively by folks over at the Treasury Department next door to the White House. And what he's suggesting here is if
I want to know what people's business solutions are. What are the business solutions that people have? And my thing is, if people can't come up with, establish, and maintain viable business solutions, do you deserve to not be subject to lending your fate to others? That's the question. Let me ask you guys this question. How many people think that you should walk in the door at somebody else's establishment and make the rules? If I walked into your house and made the rules in your house, how would you feel about me? Would you abide by my rules? Would you respect my rules? Would you listen to my rules? So if you don't own a business, you don't own any stock in the business, you walk into business and you try to tell the business how to run itself, why should anybody care? That's my question. If somebody came into Blacklight Industrial, unless you gave me a business proposal with projected and forecasted revenues and marketing information that was specifically for a product, if you came in there and told me how to run my business, I'm going to press a button under my desk and let my security goons take care of you in my office, and then they're going to politely put you out of my office. That's probably worse than what some of these places would do, right? But I need to know this, though. I need this information from people. If you are not an owner, stakeholder, stockholder, shareholder, founder of a business, why do people feel that they should walk in, put in an application, and influence or change policy? If you want to influence or change policy, start your own business. How many people heard about Sam Walton? Sam Walton, the person that started Walmart, he used to work for some company. He didn't like how they did business. He didn't like how they did their costing. So he started Walmart, where he drove prices down by buying things in bulk. Sam's Club. Bill Gates didn't like how Microsoft did business, or didn't like how IBM did business. Started his own company. That's kind of the same logic that people use when they say, you know, if you can get it popping or not, right? So if things ain't working out at this company and you believe that your idea or your product or your vision or mission is superior, go get it popping. Should be popping all over the place. Popping like some popcorn, right? Where's that happening at? Why is that not happening? Where's our quantum computing business? Where's our clean energy business? Shout out to Cameron. What's good with it, bro? Where's our clean energy scholar? Where's our AI scholar? Shout out to Deacon Dave. What's good with you, bro? My man Deacon Dave in the building. What's up with it? Good to see you, bro. Where are all of these people that should be displaying these competencies at? These people that would display these competencies would then in turn create value chains with each other and build businesses. But these things are non-existent. MicroStrategies just made the top 100 NASDAQ companies, and they're being put into the S&P 500 because of impressive things that they've done with their stock price through financial engineering and investment. Where is ours? If we had that, watching this, talking about DEI, it would just be entertainment. But it's not entertainment. It's dire. And the reason why it's dire is because there's no infrastructure. So the question that then should be asked is, over the past 60 years, we need to examine the failure to erect infrastructure. Why has that not occurred? Why does nobody want to do an evaluation? Let me ask you guys this question. Has everything that has occurred post-slavery, post-civil rights, has that been competent in making people competitive economically today? If it has, give me a thumbs up. If it has not, then give me a thumbs down.
If they don't try to move to end this war soon, he might try to come up with more. There are options for more. Sure, they would have been drafted during the Biden years and in concert with European allies. And if necessary, it looks like he's saying here, he would consider enforcing them. But what he has also said in recent days, Elizabeth, is I want to seek peace. I want to see these two sides talk to each other. He's open to negotiate.
I got two words for this one. Da Vinci Germain. Da Vinci Germain. Now, shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, I think some are out there, but the issues they face is capital. 2 words, Da Vinci, Germain. Where can we get that large funds needed? Well, I'll tell you, people are actively being moved away currently, right now, from those type of funds. Right? Those funds are available. They're out there. Anybody could invest. Anybody could create recurring monthly payments to themselves. People just choose not to. Or they choose to remain unaware. Why do people make that choice? That's the real question. Shout out to Carlton. I don't know if Carlton is still in the chat. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to John Guillory. We need a quick calculation. When Da Vinci Germain dropped the just one freaking dollar video, if people had actually dropped one freaking dollar, how much money would they have today? That was 11 years ago that video dropped, right? So that would be what? 2014? One cash issue that people have is failure to save properly, failure to invest properly, frivolous spending, and lies. People just flat out lie and say that they can't afford to save XYZ amount of money. We see this all the time. We know that people have particular cash issues, but what stops that from working with each other? There's no excuses. There are zero, zilch, no excuses at all. Every excuse is an acknowledgement of failure. You know what I'm saying? All these lies about no one told us this, that, and the other. People get told stuff every day. It's what they choose to listen to versus what they choose not to listen to. And these are the consequences. What people are dealing with now are consequences of negligence. Consequences of denial. Consequences that thinking that a dual reality would be supported and viable. They're not. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And watching other people's pockets. Your riches ain't their rich. Yeah. Facts. Shout out to Black Spider. Yeah. I would say everybody understands the cash thing, right? People have made an active choice. They've chosen to not address the quote unquote collective racial wealth gap with particular strategies. Right? That was a choice. That's why particular people have cash issues, because of their choices. Right? People live an anti-wealth lifestyle. Why do people spend more money on depreciating assets than they spend on appreciating assets? Somebody put a gun to their head? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, Bitcoin spent the rest of the year gradually declining and closed 2014 at about $318. So that was in 2014, just $1. Probably would have got you, So one Bitcoin was $318. So let me see. What would $1 have got you? Let's see. Hold on real quick. Calculator. So 1 divided by 318 equals 0.003. All right, so that would have been 0.003 of a Bitcoin. If I'm not mistaken, is 0.003 of a Bitcoin. That would have took you from $1 to what? Is that $300? That would be $300. Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said, I tried. I don't like that Bitcoin. Work in progress. Well, I'll tell you what, everybody else does. And it's gone from less than $1 to $107,000 today. So there's the answer for the cash and liquidity issues. One solution. There's the answer. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, Rob was speaking on investing in a company that works in artificial sun energy. How do I, if I have the knowledge in this field, start a company? What kind of capital would be needed? You got to do research, bro. You got to figure that out. I'm not trying to be funny, but me personally, I'm not giving any quote unquote free consultation business advice like publicly like this ever again. When I said that on the other channel, I was dead serious. I'm not guiding anybody into anything. You know what I'm saying? All I'm doing is we're just talking about the news and I'm just asking questions. Anybody who wants to do these type of things, they got to display a competency in doing these type of things. People got to figure out how to write a business proposal. People got to figure out what type of energy it is that they want to invest in. People got to figure out where the tax benefits are. People got to do the work on their own. If people cannot do the work on their own, then what they display is an incompetency, and it validates the reason why those businesses don't exist. So when people look around and ask, well, why don't these things exist? Competency hasn't been proven yet. You know what I'm saying? It's just that simple. It's not, there's no there's no over qualifying, talking around it. It's just that simple. These are things that are necessary to create any type of business. You have to do research. You got to do market research. You got to do a forecast. You got to have a product. You got to create a proposal on capital structure. You have to do revenue projections. You have to research these things. It's all good, Black Spider. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. Shout out to PD. What's good with it, bro? That's what people got to do. So I want to ask this question. Is that too much for people? If that's too much for people, give me a thumbs up. To me, if you ask me, I'm gonna jump out the window and say it's too much for people, because if it wasn't too much for people, there would be more in existence, right? But there's not. So based on the current evidence and the current environment, to me, people are showing that it's just too much for them. This is why people opt to work. I'm gonna opt to work. I'm gonna opt to work because I can't handle starting a business. It's too much for me. It's way too much. It's too much. Can't do it. Okay. Remember, risks come along with that. You know what I'm saying? What are the risks? Patrick says, no, that's not what I mean. I'm asking as it pertains to raising money needed, even getting government subsidies, if we are to go around the government and W financial firms. Hey, people go around the government every day. Is it really going around the government or just not asking for subsidies? A lot of the people that y'all check out on a daily basis crowdfund for movies and different projects and things like that. Right? Use that experience curve. Ask them how to crowdfund. Right? Wouldn't that make, if that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Cameron. Cameron said, I feel we are programmed to fear cutting out on our own. Hey, that just means somebody did a better job of programming than other people did of rejecting the programming, right? So, you know, when it comes to these things, all of these things lead to one place. They all lead to one place. And I don't think that people want to acknowledge the place where that leads them to, which is sad because if you ask me, acknowledging where that place leads resets everything and puts people on a standard of where the trajectory needs to improve the situation. You know what I'm saying? But people have the autonomy, man. And I'm an autonomy advocate. I encourage people to do what they want to do. And if you ask me, currently, in the moment, literally everyone is doing what they want to do. I'm doing what I want to do right now. I want to stream. I want to talk to you guys. You guys want to listen to the stream. Nobody's stopping you. You have autonomy. Every day there's a series of yeses and there's a series of nos, like a checkbox. And people choose those checkboxes. People should choose better checkboxes. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John Guillory. John says, I'm back. $1 from 2014 is about, yeah. See, that's we believe it or not, bro, we calculated that. $1 from about 2014 of Bitcoin is 0.003 of a Bitcoin for the most part. And that's about $330 today. According to some analysts, Bitcoin could reach $1 million this year. So that means that amount would be $3,184. There goes some cash right there, liquid cash, just from investing $1. That dollar would have got you more than $1 scratch off today. People's choices. You know what I'm saying? People's choices, you know?
Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also signaled that. And so we'll just have to give it a few days, if not weeks, to see where exactly things settle on this and who eventually starts talking to them in more detail about trying to reach some kind of peaceful resolution.
And before you go, I want to talk about a moment that happened yesterday.
Yeah, I would agree, Cameron. Hindsight is 20/20, and hindsight also puts people where they are. Right? Shout out to Cameron. Cameron says the reality of big businesses is that they are actually held aloft by socialism and government handouts. And then people like Elon Musk will turn around and say they did it on their own hard work. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, we still need to generate revenue, right? Or else if we don't generate our own revenue, more people will be employees of businesses like that. Which, again, to me, in my opinion, I'm not convinced that people don't want to be employees of businesses like that. I'm not convinced of that. I'm convinced that everyone is satisfied with the current state of affairs. That's always been my premise.
It's pretty striking that House Republicans are zeroing in on. This was Reverend Marianne Buddy's sermon during the National Cathedral prayer service yesterday, asking the president to have mercy for the people who are, quote, feeling scared right now, referring to the LGBTQ plus community. And
we're going to be talking about the legitimate community that she's talking about. Real quick, shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate each and every one of you guys for being here. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media.
As well as undocumented immigrants. Just moments ago, Republican Conference Chair Lisa McClain had this to say during a press conference. Let's take a listen to that.
Yesterday, at the National Prayer Service, the bishop was extreme in her views, extremely out of line and out of touch. And what she did.
Now, shout out to now Patrick gonna think I'm being mean, but I'm not. Shout out to Patrick, right? This is my answer for this. Patrick said most of the population of any nation are workers and not business owners. Here's my question for you. So what? What does that have to do with anything? Here's my question. What does that have to do with us generating wealth? Now, if I'm saying that people should own businesses, right? Let's say, for instance, me and John own a business and we got some employees. We hire you and Black Spider. You and Black Spider will have some form of shielding from some of this type of stuff, right? You guys aren't owners. We can choose our employees, right? Now, let me ask you this. Are most countries ethno-states? It's only a few countries that's got a lot of diversity in them. Really, for real, most of the places that, were colonized and stuff like that, right? United States, Canada. Who's saying that everybody has to be a business owner? How would that even work? This is what I'm saying. So when you get into that, okay, well, everybody can't be business owners. That was never something that I stated. I stated that there should be business owners to be able to hire select employees to shield them from policies like this. But see, what happens is we know why those businesses don't exist. And then when we get down to the core of why those businesses don't exist, we got to divert away from the topic of why the businesses don't exist to say everybody can't own businesses. That was never a premise that I made. I never said everybody should own businesses. I said the majority of people want to work over being an owner, right? Which doesn't that satisfy your premise of most people are employees? So if there's only a few people that want to be owners and most people want to be employees, I don't understand where the conflict is. What right here up on the screen, it says most of the population of any nation are workers and not business owners. Right. That's what you're saying. I wouldn't disagree with that. I'm saying you said everyone wants to work over being an owner. These are numerically the same thing. What this is saying is that more people want to work than being an owner. You're saying everyone isn't going to be owners of large businesses. Where's the conflict at? Hey, shout out to Black Spider for being a mod extraordinaire. I appreciate it. Where's the conflict at? That's called a diversion. No. I didn't say it's an attack. I said it's a diversion. And honestly, it's nullified because you're saying the same thing that I said. It's a diversion because the fact of the matter is, where's the competency in creating these businesses? That was brought up to take away from that because we're saying the same thing. You said that the majority of people in a nation are not business owners. I said the majority of people don't want to be business owners. They want to work for somebody. How is what you said different than what I said? That's where we're at right now. How is what you said different than what I said? If I say 1 out of 10 people wants to be a business owner, and you say 9 out of 10 people want to work for a company, how are those two things different? Aren't those the same thing? Now, regardless, right? Those are the same thing, and those don't address where's the businesses at. And now, so shout out. So again, right? Patrick says it's not an attack, man. Just pointing out most people are drones. Right. Most of them will be working. Right. Most of them will be employees. Most of them will not be the leaders that create businesses. Right. Consistent with what, quote unquote, we said. Right. So again, where's the businesses? That means that we're concentrating and focusing on a small group of people, smaller group of people that would be businesses providing those jobs for the majority of people, right? I can't control how you took it. You know what I'm saying? If you ask me, in a lot of situations, a lot of times people take things in an interesting way. Somebody's not accountable to the way that somebody might have took something, right? Where's the businesses? Where are the competent people to come together and create a network and form a tech, STEM, energy, or AI business? Where are these people at? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, well, I took it as you were saying black folks choose to work instead of owning a business, instead of trying to avoid what's going on with DEI. Yeah, I still say that. I'm not moving away from that position. Me saying that people need to establish businesses, it only assigns that a majority need to establish business if the person that I'm talking to says, well, everybody can't start a business. I just said people need to start businesses. Right? I don't fall for those kind of tricks. You know what I'm saying? Those kind of tactics don't work on me. Like that person in that bar on Tatooine on Star Wars. Them Jedi mind tricks, them bad boys bounce right off my helmet, bro. You know what I'm saying? Where's the businesses? Where are the scientists to start a business? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cameron. Cameron says, how do we gain the influence to protect our business? I would say to start, where are the businesses to protect? A lot of the businesses that were successful in the past had gotten sold, right? And then there was, times when there was the race massacres and stuff like that, and they got destroyed, right? Which people should defend their property at all costs, right? Yeah. Because Patrick, this is what I'm asking. Where are the competent individuals, the entrepreneurs, to start businesses? Where are they? Name me a famous Black American AI engineer. Name me a famous Black American tech guru. Why don't they have the funds? John Guillory just laid out in the chat in 2011 how investment could have been done to have those funds in that capital. Now, let me ask you this question. Do you not think that companies that are larger companies invest in capital in that same way of just buy a freaking dollar? Why now? Shout out to Cameron. Why would we go near their AI when the idea should be we should be creating our own AI and quantum computing? Why would we go near theirs? This is like the Philip Scott videos about people getting hit, you know what I'm saying, with dealing with Karens, and they decided to move to a neighborhood or go to a grocery store full of Karens. I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? And here's my question. Why are people assuming that they could just those people can just muscle AI source codes out of you? Like me personally, ain't nobody muscling nothing from me. You know what I'm saying? I don't operate by what what other people think I should or shouldn't be allowed to do. I don't understand what, like, let me ask y'all this. How many people notice that people take an automatic knee in most situations? I think that's why so many people related to Colin Kaepernick, because they seen him on his knee and they know that that's where they usually be at. So they related to that. Why do people always take an automatic knee? They're not going to allow us to do this. I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cameron. Cameron says, I think we still rely on their infrastructure, i.e. the internet, to establish our own cloud, etc. I think, again, me personally, I think people should just do something. People should just act. Do something. Do something. You know what I'm saying? Like, do something. Make a move. Was that, who made that song? Was that Young MC? Bust a move? Bust a move. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John. John said, I know where they at. They're at the Earn Your Leisure conferences and social proof events. Now, look, is it low for me pointing out something that's a fact, or is it low for people establishing that fact as reality? I don't contribute to that kind of stuff to create facts that are that bad. You know what I'm saying? I think that is low for people to create facts that are that bad, where somebody could look at any one of us and associate us with that negative fact. That's what I look at as bad. This is the same type of situation we was in yesterday. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe that WS is strong, or I don't believe none of that. I believe that any one of us could one punch knockout. You know what I'm saying? But because I believe that we can one punch knockout, the going idea is that this mystical force is just so strong that it can just beat anybody with a dirty look. I have to argue with people about their own capability. And then I get called a coon because I'm saying, yes, you can do this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm talking about me too. I'm talking about Colin Kaepernick. Why do people listen, if somebody says, and no offense to Cameron, you know you my man, 100 grand, right? But if somebody says they won't allow us to do this, only people talk about they parents and the police like that. I don't know if I'm allowed to. Seriously? Who says that as an adult? I know I'm not. I know I don't. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, when I'm talking about something risky, I always talk about it in terms of if I get caught or what the consequences are. Because if I've made a decision, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do this. If I get caught, if I got to deal with the consequences, it is what it is. Well, see, that's where me and you differ. I disagree with that. I think that we can. But see, I'm the coon. This is how screwed up people's brains are. How you supposed to work with that? You know what I'm saying? Me, I do believe that one of us could take out the whole thing. But they got people programmed so much that somebody like me that says that is crazy to y'all. I want you to make sure that you see it. Make sure that you hear it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said that's an agreement. You're reading it wrong. Hold on, I'm gonna read it again. You said, I agree with that. I don't think we can overcome these beasts. For one, I'm not giving them the compliment of being a beast. I'm a beast, right? You know what I'm saying? But I do think that we could overcome anything that's our way. Oh, okay, you didn't put not in the original one. Look, see up here? We can't overcome it. You didn't put not. You know what I'm saying? So you know, there's that. But yeah, I agree with you. We can. But hey, like I said, I'm out of the business of convincing people anything. except for convincing the people that come to my cryptocurrency streams that we're going to be rich by the end of the year. You know what I'm saying? That's about it. Nah, you good, bro. Don't even trip. You good. But that's all. Like I said, I'm out of the business of that. I'm just talking about the news and asking questions. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no solutions for nobody except for how to build a good portfolio that's going to, you know what I'm saying, be worth a good amount of money. That's it. This, y'all got people for this, man. So, you know what I'm saying? Hope them people, you know what I'm saying? Well, hope them people do what they do.
Was uncalled for. Perhaps we should pray for her.
Now, Ed, we've heard from both the president and the bishop here. We know we've heard the president. He's demanding an apology from the bishop. Have we heard from her herself?
Hey, I didn't hear about this. I didn't hear about this. They said I saw a bunch of videos, and they said something about a quote unquote woke bishop. Did anybody see what happened with this quote unquote woke? Nah, you're not blocked, bro. You a mod. Shout out to Cameron. Why do you think you blocked? Did you try? Sometimes YouTube censors, and you can't tell like on the moderation. Look, if you guys can see Cameron's comment, give me a thumbs up. If you guys can't, give me a thumbs down. Yeah. Shout out to Kathy. Kathy says she can see. Yeah, nah, you ain't blocked, bro. Yeah, bro. Sometimes you TD had asked me about that yesterday because he had typed something in the comment section yesterday, and for whatever reason, it didn't come up. He was typing something about mRNA, and YouTube blocked it. That's the route I'm going, bro. That's the route I'm going. Shout out to Lehman Lucas. It's too late. You know what I'm saying? Decision's already made. It's irreversible. People have to learn a consequence. People have to learn a consequence. There's a consequence for actions. You know what I'm saying? And if people reject solutions that are viable to improve the situation, people need to understand that there's a time frame on those solutions. You don't get to be lackadaisical. You don't get to procrastinate. In real life, you don't get those things. And people definitely ain't getting them things from me. You know what I'm saying? When I tell you guys that I'm nice until I'm not, I guess a demonstration is in order. You know what I'm saying?
A while ago on The View on ABC, we should take a listen to what she had to say.
My responsibility that morning, yesterday morning, was to reflect, to pray with the nation for unity. And as I was pondering what are the foundations of unity, I wanted to emphasize respecting the honor and dignity of every human being, basic honesty.
Shout out to Lehman Lucas. Nah, we just throwing around ideas, bro. We just throwing around ideas.
And humility. And then I also realized that that unity requires a certain degree of mercy and compassion and understanding.
So that's her answer. Look, she was on Face the Nation with me last Easter Sunday, Elizabeth, and talked about her concerns that Christianity is being co-opted or distorted, as she put it, by politics.
Everybody has access to the YouTube algorithm. The YouTube algorithm feeds everybody's content with a systematic way. You know what the analytics also give us? The analytics also give us subscriber behaviors. Shout out to AW1. What's good with it, bro? Ignorance of the law does not absolve you from responsibility of the law. A lot of people don't agree with me. Even people that watch my content don't agree with me. And as far as it goes with that, who could disagree with self-preservation? If you disagree with the majority of my content, you disagree with self-preservation. If you ask me, that's one of the biggest problems that people have. I'm no longer trying to convince anybody of any of that because everybody has the autonomy to do whatever they want to. If people want to run after soaking themselves with gasoline into a fire, who am I to stop them? The only thing that I could do is hopefully they find what they was looking for. I don't care, bro. You know what I'm saying? This right here, I'm I'm somebody that's not shameable. I don't care about none of this. They got the same access to find my YouTube channel as anybody has. And people choose not to. They choose to go away from, when they see the thumbnail come up, we get statistics on all that stuff. That's on them. That's not on me. And it's going to always be on them. You know what I'm saying? I could care less. Like when I try to tell people I could for real just sit there and watch something happen to somebody and turn around, I'm dead serious. And that's what's happening now. I'm just sitting here watching stuff happen to people. I could care less. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I cared long enough. I don't care anymore. And I'll never care again. You know what I'm saying?
Politicians to their political benefit. So this is something that she's been pretty consistent in expressing. She's one of the leaders of the Episcopal Church here in Washington. She is the one that oversees the National Cathedral here in Washington, which is an Episcopal place of worship. And was also someone you may recall back when the president walked across Lafayette Park over to St. John's Church and held up a Bible after protesters were cleared, who expressed real outrage at what he did there by doing that. Again, concerned that he was co-opting or distorting Christianity to his benefit and religion. So she had sent signals she was going to say this. The president should have been aware that that was.
Now, and I'll tell you what else. Shout out to Thai City, right? Shout out to Thai City. People operate off of subscriber supremacy. People don't care about what's actually being talked about. In a lot of cases, people don't care. They could care less about the content creator. They just want to go where they see a bunch of action at. So the determinant is not what the quality of the content is. The determinant is not what if facts are delivered, right? The determinant is where the biggest crowd is at. So if people see, they watching my YouTube channel and I got 23 people live, and then it's another one on the home screen and it's got 150 or something like that. They watching the faithful people. AW1, shout out to AW1. You know what I'm saying? John Guillory, Catsy, Brooklyn Queen, Black Freethinker, DC Precise, Win Lose a Rug, you know what I'm saying? Frozen, Carlton Way, DJ Elmo. Those people gonna be in here, right? That's gonna be the people that make up the 24. Everybody else, they're gonna go where the crowd is because that's what people do. AB Promotion, shout out to AB Promotion. Now, I just listed you as the people that watch the content. Why would you ask me if you're here for the big crowd? Shout out to Tedra. Tedra be here, right? But this is what I'm saying. So here you go. You internalizing stuff again. If you ask me, this is one thing that I notice people do. People watch stuff and then they internalize it. I'm gonna start doing a whole series of it because you anticipated it, because you internalized it, bro. It's that quality control. It's that predictability. You know what I'm saying? People too predictable. I'm gonna start doing a whole stream, a whole series of when we're not being talked to and it gets embraced as if we're being talked to. Like when Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk went in on W people, W Americans. Everybody making these videos. Oh, you know what I'm saying? They talking about us. Like, well, nobody talking about us. Not in that particular instance. You know what I'm saying? We know how Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk get down. They don't have a problem dropping the name. You know what I'm saying? They didn't do it that time, but everybody embraced it. It was so weird. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deacon Dave. Yo, my man Deacon Dave you got to pass, bro. You from Ohio. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to explain nothing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You have no need to explain anything. You part of the automatic in. Shout out to you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to P. Yeah, PD, you've been around for a long time. You know what I'm saying? But this is what I'm talking about, though. Deacon Dave, my man. I be seeing Deacon Dave and other little spots I be popping up in. You know what I'm saying? Deacon Dave, my people, man. He cool. I know what be going on with Deacon. You know what I'm saying? Deacon Dave, cool. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. These the questions that people got to ask. And the thing is that when people be asking these type of questions, it can't be no defense ran for any of the mediocrity. The mediocrity got to be addressed. It can't be no shielding, can't be no none of that. Because if it is, it's never going to get fixed. People been doing the same stuff forever. We talked about this in the Monolith series. Shout out to AW1. Yo, I appreciate you, bro. You already know I appreciate you. Make sure y'all show AW1 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for AW1. Throw the targets in there, too, for helping us hit the target and hitting the Cash App. I appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I definitely appreciate you, bro. Like I said, man, a lot of stuff is choice. A lot of stuff is choice. You know what I'm saying?
There's a possibility given their rhetorical history. He said yesterday that he didn't think it was.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Lehman Lucas. Yeah, it's late night. If you watch this stream right here, if you watch this one all the way through to the end, it'll take you into the premiere window for the late night crypto stream. It's going to be a call in too. Shout out to y'all for hitting the goals. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a call in.
It was a very interesting service and they should have done better. And overnight he asked for an apology. We'll see if one comes. Notably, she did suggest that leaders in public life should consider a little more humility. And it was at that point that he sort of visibly scoffed during the sermon, clearly not expressing any.
Hey, they are so wild, man. Like it's hilarious. They're so mad about the Trump victory. You know what I'm saying? They're so mad about the Trump victory. Now, let's take a look. Hold on real quick. It's so much, man. See, like this, you get into these things and it's so much. You know what I'm saying? It's so much. A lot of stuff going on with these criminals, right? Let's take a look at this. There's an article here from the New York Post, all right? And they're talking about some criminal undocumented folks, all right? ICE arrest irate Haitian gang member, murder grape suspects in Boston. F Trump, Biden forever. So they saying F Trump, Biden forever. Now, I think this is an old news clip, not of Fox, but it's an old news clip of this ride along in Boston. I think we actually talked about this on this channel. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says, Rob, lastly, and to be fair, we've been programmed for centuries. I see a shift today, even though small. It's not going to shift overnight. I don't know, bro. That to me, that's not an excuse. You got to wake up from it. Got to wake up from it. It don't matter how long you've been programmed. None of that matters. You know what I'm saying? The longer you use centuries and centuries as a reason to be notably in a particular position, that puts you centuries and centuries behind even further. This is one of the reasons why I am such an advocate for crypto, because cryptocurrency is one of the only type of investment vehicles that offers an exponential way to grow your wealth, which is the only way that people will be able to overcome certain wealth barriers. That's the reason why Michael Saylor used it to boost the stock price of MicroStrategies. Michael Saylor used Bitcoin to boost his stock price because of the exponential growth associated with Bitcoin. I try to show people about the exponential growth associated with cryptocurrency, and we have worse exponential issues than what MicroStrategies was facing. Door slam in my face. This is one of the reasons why it is what it is anymore. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tedra. I appreciate you. Make sure y'all show Tedra some love. We getting close to that target, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Tedra says, I'm going to continue to support you because you always speak about real life, no matter whose feelings you hurt. And to be honest, Tedra, I never come into the game. I'm not one of those YouTubers that comes in and I'm trying to be a shock jock. I'm not trying to have a hot take. None of that. You know what I'm saying? I don't come in. I don't try to come with like the most of I got the most offensive thing to tell. I don't try to do that. I try to lay out a situation and be like, look at this objectively. Let's address all the issues that we see. You know what I'm saying? Some people actually come and try to angle in position and, you know what I'm saying, come hard with some of that kind of stuff. I don't be trying to do that. I want people to act like, look at the way that things are. Let's actually change them to the way that we want them to be. Yeah, shout out to you, Patrick. I'm glad you did, bro. And you got to stay on the program. You got to stay on the program. You know what I'm saying? It'll pay off. You know what I'm saying? And another reason why I like investing is because, shout out to John. We was talking about this in the Discord. It gives you a sense of urgency. You know what I'm saying? It gives you it reinforces self-investment. And it also drives you to find out more. It creates you to have a thirst for information. And once you develop that thirst for information, you know what I'm saying, and you start feeding your information addiction, the possibilities of what you're capable of are endless. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, for some people that may not come through investment, it may come through other things, but that's what you got to do. You got to unlock the utility of how something that you're interested in drives you to peak performance, not waiting for WS to bust you upside the head. That's just dumb. You know what I'm saying? That's just dumb. Shout out to Tedra, man. Make sure y'all show Tedra some love. I appreciate it. Those are flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Tedra for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
The money, y'all. There's poor people around. I'm rich, biatch.
Shout out to PD that remains, bro. I try to lay things out in a very simple, not a complicated, a very simple format. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not ever trying to talk over people's head. The whole point of me making the content and me making the video is so people can understand what I'm saying. I don't want people to regard me as some type of God, or, you know what I'm saying, or some type of, you know what I'm saying, like, I'm an end all be. So I don't know stuff sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to Brooklyn Queen, shout out to John, shout out to DC Precise, shout out to Win Lose a Rug, shout out to Carlton, shout out to AB. They constantly, and shout out to Tedra. You know what I'm saying? People constantly dropping information in the Discord. I don't know about a lot of these things. Shout out to Lehman Lucas. Lehman Lucas constantly hitting me up on Facebook. A lot of times I don't even be, you know what I'm saying, I don't even be on Facebook. Sometimes I say, oh shit, Lehman Lucas, I'm sending me like 3 or 4 pieces of content. Let me look at this shit real quick. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of times you guys give me some of the information that I need to pay attention to. A lot of stuff I get on my own, but you guys give a considerable amount as well. I don't know everything. You know what I'm saying? If people actually believe what they say that we believe, that's the only way that we're ever going to advance. We are in this shit together. That can either be a strength or it can be a weakness. Me personally, I'm of the belief that it can and should be a strength. You know what I'm saying? But that's just how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel about it.
Good morning, everyone. It's a frigid 5 degrees in the pre-dawn hours just outside of Boston, where this team of elite ICE officers is briefing on their targets for the day.
We're going to be targeting some extremely violent offenders today.
Within moments, the officers are on the move, with eyes on their first target.
Looks like we got movement, target vehicle coming up.
They quickly take him into custody. He's an MS-13 gang member wanted in El Salvador for aggravated murder. And he has an Interpol red notice out for his arrest.
We are targeting very violent threats to our community.
I'm not going back to Haiti.
One of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions in recent years.
Trump, you feel me? Yo, Biden forever, bro. Thank Obama for everything that he did for me, bro.
ICE Boston quickly takes down its next targets, including this illegal alien from Brazil who has an Interpol red notice for armed robbery.
So, you know, when it comes to this, right, this particular thing, it's just bizarre to me. Like, I sit here and I watch this and you be wondering, like, how could people have a problem with, dealing with this particular element of what's going on with immigration? You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody make it make sense. Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Now, you know, we've been doing this with the crypto streams, right? Shout out to y'all, you know what I'm saying, who come through to the crypto streams. All 5 of y'all in here, you know what I'm saying? All 5 of y'all, all 3 of y'all, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm curious about is how many people would be interested in doing the undocumented call-in shows like as a routine thing. I'm pretty sure we already hit the target, so you guys definitely getting one. But is that something that y'all want to do ongoing? If it is, give me a thumbs up. If it's not, give me a thumbs down.
This Salvadoran illegal alien charged locally with rape and released by a sanctuary jurisdiction.
Señor, ¿cómo se llama?
And this Dominican illegal alien charged with assault with a deadly weapon and heroin trafficking.
Why again? And we've asked this question throughout this entire thing. People that are new to the channel, if you haven't seen some of the older content, take a look at some of the videos, take a look at some of the live streams. You got to ask the question, like, how are these people getting released? I don't think. Now, there's some other things, you know what I'm saying, some other issues that might happen as far as what's going on with the Trump administration and all that. But this particular type of thing right here, this I think is gonna be decreased a lot. I think that this is gonna get decreased a lot. Shout out to Caldona. What's good with Caldona? Caldona said aggravated murder is the type of homicide that involves circumstances that make the crime more serious. It can include premeditation, killing a protected class, or disfiguring the victim's body. Yeah, a lot of them used a weapon of choice. They use a machete for that. You know what I'm saying?
Officers also arrested this Guatemalan MS-13 gang member facing gun charges. ICE says he was released from local custody just the day before. Their detainer request was ignored because of sanctuary policies. And in a sign of shifting priorities with the new Trump administration.
Facts. Super facts. Super facts. This is what I'm talking about, man. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Mod extraordinaire. Merchandise marketer extraordinaire. You know what I'm saying? Brooklyn Queen said, ICE needs some undocumented skull masks. Facts. If y'all agree with Brooklyn Queen, throw some skulls in the chat. Big facts. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. You know what I'm saying? Got to hit Brooklyn Queen with the again. For funding the organization. Definitely appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
That's hilarious. Yeah, man, they need that undocumented merch. Big facts.
This man, who was in the same apartment as the target, was also arrested after ICE determined he's also in the U.S. illegally. This is what ICE calls collateral.
So again, like, you got to ask, like, look at all of these situations, right? How does this happen? You know what I'm saying? To me, in my opinion, just off of those day one executive orders, I think a lot of this, not every problem with immigration, not every problem, but this extreme stuff right here, I think a lot of this is going to change. You know what I'm saying?
So you guys got your main target just now, but you got somebody else. What just happened?
So our main target was released by a sanctuary jurisdiction, not honoring a detainer. That person was released back into the community, and when we went to go find him, he's with somebody else who was previously removed from the United States. So he's going to go today too.
And that is exactly what Border Czar Tom Homan has warned would happen.
When we find the bad guy, he's probably with others that are in the United States illegally. They may not be a criminal priority, but we're not walking away from them.
ICE Boston says they will continue to go into sanctuary jurisdictions and do their job.
Today was a good day. Today we took several significant public safety threats out of our communities. Unfortunately, a lot were released by sanctuary policies.
So I want to ask you guys this question. You see all this stuff going on right here, right? My question is, with all this stuff going on, why are all of these cities suing the Trump administration for the immigration and border enforcement that the Trump administration is doing. Why are you suing to keep these type of people in your city? Does that make any sense? I don't think that makes a lot of, to me, that's weird. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Does that make any sense to you? It doesn't make any sense to me at all. Why would they do that? Shout out to Lady Patriot on Rumble. The Discord gang know who the Discord gang know who Lady Patriot is. Shout out to Lady Patriot on on Rumble.
But we're here to tell the Commonwealth and the rest of the country that we're going to find them whether they're released or not.
And guys, shortly after we finished filming, ICE Boston told us they arrested 2 more targets in other parts of town away from our cameras. One of those targets is a previously deported Honduran illegal alien who was arrested for raping a woman while putting a gun in her mouth.
Again, like you know, we've been talking about this for a long time. You know what I'm saying? A lot of videos up. We ask the same questions. The nature of the crime that these people be doing is just wild. And the thing is like the fact that like the type of crime that is committed by these particular individuals is almost like they got a profile of a particular type of person, and that's the people that they just continuously let in because this type of crime is happening so much. AB, you crazy. AB said, why is collateral damage even more funny to me? Bro, that's hilarious. And they listen, just look. I wish I had the answers, man.
Out of our communities. Unfortunately, a lot were released by sanctuary policies, but we're here to tell the Commonwealth and the rest of the country that we're going to find them whether they're released or not.
And guys, shortly after we finished filming, ICE Boston told us they arrested 2 more targets in other parts of town away from our cameras. One of those targets is a previously deported Honduran illegal alien who was arrested for raping a woman while putting a gun in her mouth. The other target they got is a Haitian man who first flew into the United States in 2023 as part of President Biden's controversial migrant flights mass parole program. Well, they just picked him up yesterday because he's been arrested locally for sexual assault.
All right, so there's that, right? There's that. So let me see. Hopefully this don't just start playing in the middle of me reading this. Get this out of here. Oh, this is good. All right, cool. Yeah. All right, so this took place in Boston. All right. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers hit the ground running this week, arresting multiple violent offenders in sanctuary cities, including a hostile Haitian gang member with a lengthy rap sheet who said he's not going back to Haiti and raged F Trump and Biden forever. Now, you know, he's more invested. He's more invested, you know what I'm saying, in Biden than we are. Right? You know what I'm saying? Biden ain't gonna do nothing but tell him this.
You ain't black.
Right? If y'all agree, Biden ain't gonna do nothing but tell him this.
You ain't black.
Give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. So now here it says ICE officers in Boston made 8 noteworthy arrests, including multiple MS-13 members. All right. Multiple MS-13 members, murder and rape suspects, and the Haitian gang member with at least 17 convictions, according to Fox News, who rode along with ICE for the arrests. All right. This is AB's part right here. There was also at least one collateral arrest where ICE took an illegal immigrant who wasn't their initial target on the custody, with the arrest in Boston being of an MS-13 gang member who had been released by the sanctuary city on Tuesday. Now, this is where we got to ask the question about why is Boston releasing MS-13 members into the street? Why would they release MS-13 members into the street? We gotta ask FOMO. we gotta ask FOMO-Saki. We gotta ask FOMO-Saki about this. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, he look mad, don't he? Hey, listen here, son. You know what I'm saying? Screw Trump. Biden forever. You know what I'm saying? He said he ain't going back. I ain't going back, you heard? You know what I'm saying? He definitely looked like he said word of mother. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going back. Word of mother. You know what I'm saying?
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
Hey, that face he making, this is the action of that face that he making.
You cheated! I'm going to tell on you!
Hey. Shout out to PD. PD said, I think he was a crisis actor. He probably saying right now, they supposed to pay me for this, son. They supposed to pay me for this. Where my paycheck at, B? You know what I'm saying? They supposed to pay me for this, son. You know what I'm saying? They got me all in here, cramped in this van. They supposed to pay me for this, son. I'm an actor. I went to Juilliard. You know what I'm saying? He telling them about his Juilliard resume. You know what I'm saying? I left my chapstick at home for this one, B. You know what I'm saying? I left my Carmex at the crib. You know what I'm saying? My shit all chapped. You know what I'm saying? Got me out here. Where my money at? That's what he looked like he said. he looked straight up like he said that. He mad as hell. This wasn't part of the deal. You know what I'm saying? Got me all in here in this van. You know what I'm saying? You supposed to pay me. Oh man, that's hilarious, man. Man, that face saying, "Oh man," that face says it all. As ICE Boston was arresting one illegal immigrant, Fox News reported hearing a woman yell out, "Thank you" to the agents. Some of the arrests were red notices, fulfilling requests from other law enforcement agencies to find and arrest a suspect. Border czar Tom Homan warned collateral arrests will be commonplace, especially in sanctuary cities. All right. When we find the and then, that's what he just said up there on the screen. You know what I'm saying? So, we ain't got to read all that. So, they hit the ground running with this. On Tuesday, Trump's first full day in office, federal officials nabbed more than 300 illegal migrant criminals in Boston, Denver, Philadelphia, Atlanta, Seattle, Washington, D.C., and Miami to hold them for deportation. So they're not playing. They're not playing with this at all. You know what I'm saying? This week's deportations are just the start of what Homan promised to be a renewed effort to boot 700,000 illegal migrants who have committed crimes from the U.S., meaning sanctuary cities will not be spared. Earlier this week, Homan said ICE officers have a target sheet of migrants with criminal records who they're looking to arrest and deport. All right. The Trump administration is taking strict measures to seal off the southern border from illegal entries. Border Patrol officers have now been blocked from releasing illegal migrants into the country, Homeland Security told the Post. Meanwhile, Trump is preparing to send 10,000 troops to the border as part of his order for the U.S. military to secure the nation's border. How many people knew about that? If you guys knew about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not know about that, give me a thumbs down. Yeah, see, this is what AB Promotions was talking about. You know what I'm saying? First 100 days, first 100 days in office. You know what I'm saying? Orange man doing the most. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? He could have went on and said something about that strategic Bitcoin stockpile. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all have not smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Now, check this out. Asylum seekers caught transporting 300 rounds of ammo. Cartel link suspected. What they have all that ammo for? What y'all think they was doing? What y'all think they was about to do with the ammo? They was about to do like Bone Thugs and Harmony. Shoot them up always. Oh, man. They was about to do like Bone Thugs and Harmony. Shoot them up always.
What kind of shit is that?
Oh, man. They was about to come into the United States and tear it up.
Tie this bitch up!
Swing the remix guard!
I'll tear this bitch up! Tie this bitch up! I will! Tie this bitch up! I will! Tie this bitch up! I'll tear this bitch up!
Now, shout out to that. I'll tear this bitch up lady, right? Her and that big girl on the cats and dog video, man, they almost knocked themselves out with their tatas. You know what I'm saying? The way they be moving, they need to, you know what I'm saying, tie them things up. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it is what it is. I'm just saying. They need to tie them things up. You know what I'm saying? make the remix, right? Make the remix to the song. Tie them things up. You know what I'm saying? Please tie them things up. So now here it says asylum seekers caught transporting 30,000 rounds of ammo. Cartel link suspected. All right, so they think that the cartel was involved in this. You know what I'm saying? If the cartel get caught, you know what I'm saying, they're gonna get that. You know what I'm saying? They've been designated as an international terrorist organization. Oh man, y'all got me dead. Several asylum seekers believed to be connected to a Mexican drug cartel. Now, check this out. I actually saw a local news article about some type of Mexican mafia arrest that took place. I can't remember where it was. If I see it, you know, we'll talk about it. You know, we'll go over it in a live stream, or I'll make a little video about it or something. How many people heard about that? There was like some type of Mexican mafia bust either today or yesterday, like within the week. If you guys come across that content, please put it in the Discord. Or if you're a mod, you know what I'm saying, leave it in a comment section under a video. And that way, you know what I'm saying, we'll be able to take a look at it. Several asylum seekers believed to be connected to a Mexican drug cartel were reportedly caught transporting nearly 30,000 rounds of ammunition in Arizona. What was they doing with that ammunition? That's like Ludacris said, what you got in that bag? You know what I'm saying? Man, y'all remember when Ludacris said that? What you got in that bag? That's what they should have asked him. A multi-agency investigation in mid-January led to the seizure of 10,000 rounds of 50 caliber ammunition and 19,640 rounds of 7.6 by 39 ammunition from two vehicles traveling on Interstate 10. All right. The cartels have been engaged in a campaign of violence and terror. Cochise County Counter Narcotics and Trafficking Alliance released a statement over the weekend concerning the bust. The vehicle containing the 7.62 by 39 ammunition was interdicted by the Pinal County Sheriff's Office. Still, the second vehicle containing the 50 caliber ammunition was located by CNTA investigators at Motel 6 in Benson, the sheriff's office wrote. The statement further noted that 3 of the vehicle's occupants were quote unquote asylum seekers. All right. Now, again, why do we not hear about this type of stuff on CNN? Why do we not hear about this type of stuff on NBC? Yeah, what you got in that bag? What you got in that case? Ludacris told him. He said there was a couple rounds in there. And doing that self-snitching, you know what I'm saying? Oh, man. One of them is a Cuban national. A fourth individual was identified as an American citizen from Texas. So the American citizen's getting down right with him. You know what I'm saying? Cochise County Sheriff Mark Daniels stated that the individuals were arrested. All right, so they posted it on Facebook. Here you go right here. Homeland Security Investigations and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives led the ongoing investigation. All right, so let's take a look at this real quick. They got the local news article on here. It's probably an associated video with some of this. Let's see. Damn. Okay, so I go on this channel right here, and there's immediate insanity. We should say this. Hold on real quick. We got to go back. I should say this story for Crimecast. 13-year-old kept in cage dies at hospital. That's ridiculous. That's a little bit ridiculous, isn't it? Do you know what, Cameron, whatever you're trying to type, try to type it where like it won't get recognized as the word that you're trying to type. Look at this. Hold on real quick. Y'all see this? Wait, look, here you go right here. 13-year-old, you see on the side right here? 13-year-old kept in cage dies. 2 arrested. The grandmother was one of the ones that was arrested. You know what I'm saying? See this real quick. Hey, while this ad is playing, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right, let me see. So here we go right here. All right, let me do this real quick. Bring this up like that. Boom, boom. All right. Hold on. Pull that back there.
In southern Arizona, but the smugglers weren't transporting drugs. Instead, thousands of bullets.
We have seen more and more of this lately, and on Friday, Pinal County sheriffs, they made their first bust on Interstate 10 near Eloy, thousands of rifle rounds for AK-47s. Later that same day, Cochise County sheriff's deputies found 10,000 50 caliber rifle rounds. 3 of the suspects are migrants who have requested asylum.
It sounds like people might mess around and end up needing asylum from them with all that heavy armory that they have. Would you guys agree? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. It sounds like people might mess around and need some asylum from them with all that heavy metal they coming with. Seem like they coming with a lot of heavy metal. What do they need all that for? That, to me, all them guns that they got, that's enough to defend themselves where they was at. Why they bringing it here where ain't nobody attacking them at?
Nearly 30,000 rifle rounds seized in southern Arizona.
These people were arrested. It took a lot of work.
It all started Friday. In the back of a pickup pulled over on I-10 outside of Eloy, they found close to 20,000 rounds of rifle ammo. The same caliber chambered for AK-47 rifles. The bust led to another tip in Cochise County. That's where sheriff's deputies found an SUV at a Motel 6 parking lot, stuffed inside 10,000 50 caliber rifle rounds, heavy ordnance, usually created for the military.
Get it!
Pinal County Sheriff Ross Teeple sent Fox 10 this statement, pointing to Mexican cartels. Quote, the violence of the cartel.
Hey, they like Jadakiss and them on We Gonna Make It. They got guns that the government got. They like Jadakiss and them, you know what I'm saying, on We Gonna Make It. They got the guns that the government got. You know what I'm saying?
Cartels has held that country hostage. 3 of the 4 suspects were migrants who had applied for asylum in the U.S. 1 from Cuba, 2 others from destinations unknown.
But one thing for sure is that U.S. ammunition is a massively sought commodity in Mexico. It is priceless.
Retired ATF special agent in charge and current ASU faculty Bernard Zaper says the busts have the hallmarks of cartels.
There's a couple things that are very interesting about this. The way that it was being transported, it wasn't concealed from the photographs of the arrests. It was very blatantly just stored in an SUV which indicates to me that they probably had the crossing into Mexico completely arranged. That's the only reason why cartels exist, is because our demand for cocaine and fentanyl and human trafficking and all these other horrible things.
Now, I want to ask you guys this question, right? This is related, but not exactly related to this right here. My question for you guys is, how many people have heard about a lot of what's going on with the quote unquote homeless people? The Box Bros. If you guys have heard about what's going on with the Box Bros, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not heard about what's going on with the Box Bros, then give me a thumbs down. You guys heard about what's going on with the Box Bros? What's going on with the Box Bros? Yeah. Shout out to John Guillory, bro. That's facts. John Guillory said, "We gonna make it. We gonna make it" was a hit. Yeah, We Gonna Make It was lit, bro. That whole, matter of fact, Kiss the Game Goodbye was just a great album. You know what I'm saying?
That's where they thrive. In order to thrive, they have to be armed and violent. And having the firearms is one thing, but you have to have a steady supply of quality.
Now in Chicago, right? Shout out to TD, you know what I'm saying? Because TD is always doing a good job covering Chicago. People have finally got it together to try to get Brandon Johnson recalled. How many people have heard about these recall efforts that people have been pushing for Brandon Johnson? If you guys heard about the Brandon Johnson recall efforts, give me a thumbs up. If you guys have not, give me a thumbs down.
Quality ammunition.
Now, Zaper says the president's order designating cartels as terrorist organizations will escalate the violence tenfold. And sending or using the military has a long history going back to when President Vicente Fox was running Mexico, resulting in many deaths, including civilians. We've reached out to ATF and Homeland Security about the suspects and about this case, but they have told us they will not comment on an active investigation.
So there's that. I want to ask you guys this question again, and to me, this is the one of the most important things that just needs to be focused on so much. How did this get out of control like this? How does this situation get out of control like this? Like this is just wildly bizarre. It's a very interesting concentration of mad criminals. You know what I'm saying? And it's just weird. So, I don't think we need to read the rest of this, right? Because we saw the local news article. And for the most part, the local news article should take care of the majority of this Blaze Media reprint, right? So we're going to take a look at this video right here. All right, this video from Fox. And it's interesting. In this video from Fox, they lay out the case. They say that, quote unquote, Joe Biden created a false sense of security for a lot of the migrants. He gave them a false sense of hope. If you guys would agree with that comment, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree with that comment, then give me a thumbs down. Let me know what you guys think. I don't know about that. I don't know. I think like with a lot of this situation, a lot of these people who was going to try to do what they're doing, they were just going to try to do it, regardless of who was there, regardless if it was Biden, regardless if it was Trump. I think Trump would just have a better, more effective means to get them sent back. But I don't think it mattered. I think if they came with the determination, if they had planned on doing it, they're going to try to do it. You know what I'm saying?
I want to bring in Texas Department of Public Safety Lieutenant Christopher Olivares. And Lieutenant, I want to get your reaction to this because can you tell us about what similar preparations Texas has been making? We saw Governor Abbott at the Capitol yesterday, and President Trump made a very big deal about the fact that Abbott and Texas were going to be a key piece of the immigration crackdown going forward.
Absolutely, Cheryl. Good morning. Great to be with you. And we've been preparing for the last 4 years. When Governor Abbott first launched, Operation Lone Star, our border mission, and we have not we continue to remain proactive. Even though illegal border crossings have been down the last year, we still have our state troopers, National Guard soldiers deployed at the border. We're still building infrastructure. As a matter of fact, yesterday during the inauguration, Governor Abbott directed more additional water buoys to be placed in the river in Eagle Pass, Texas, which is being done right now. So we still continue to maintain our operations on the border. And I think now that we have an ally with the federal government, with the new administration, it's going to be more beneficial to the state of Texas and to the country because now we are much stronger together working with the federal government who will now support what we're doing.
So I want you guys to see, to me, this isn't unreasonable, right? Like, look at this. Preferred U.S. policy on illegal immigrants. Deport all. Only 30% of people want everybody deported. You know what I'm saying? Deport if charged with crimes. 59%. I don't think that that's unreasonable. They're saying only deport them people if they're charged with crimes. You know what I'm saying? Allow all to stay. The least popular, 10%. You know what I'm saying? The least popular.
On the border, we don't have to worry about any type of legal challenges that we're facing back.
Shout out to Jesse. What's good with it, bro?
With the outgoing administration, where they were constantly, fighting our governor, fighting what we're doing through lawsuits, legal battles. Now we can actually focus on border security and continue to work with the federal government with this new administration.
Okay, so the fact that the CBP1 app was shut down, the fact that Remain in Mexico is now.
So now you guys see here, right? We talked about the CBP1 app on this channel, right? Remember, they were trying to say that the CBP app and all the talk about the CBP app for the most part was just quote unquote mis and disinformation, right? This is what they said. If the talk about the CBP1 app was indeed quote unquote mis and disinformation, how is it getting shut down then? You know what I'm saying? How is it getting shut down? Somebody make that make sense. Make it make sense.
Back in place. I want to ask you if that helps you, but also the fact that they've now declared the U.S.-Mexico border a national emergency. Does that shift in the law or the shift in the language, does that actually assist you on day one?
Well, it does. I'll go to your first question about the CBP1 app. I think that in itself is something that the outgoing administration should have not been put in the first place. You have tens of thousands of.
Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment. Smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit that bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right. Also, if you're not subscribed on Rumble, if you're not subscribed on Twitch, make sure you guys take a moment and go subscribe on Rumble and subscribe on Twitch. All right. We got 23 people watching. Shout out to y'all. I appreciate it. And we got 34 likes. Let's try to get the likes up to 50. All right.
The migrants that are right now currently in transit that are waiting in Mexico that had appointments. And really the outgoing administration provided a false sense of hope to those migrants, not knowing what the actual consequences were going to be, continuing to release migrants that were inadmissible through the parole process, which was completely done against the law. So that in itself, the outgoing administration should hold some responsibility for that and should answer to that. But of course, right now, they're not looking back. They're not looking at those migrants that are currently in limbo right now. So that remains to be seen. But I think that in itself is going to help deter some of that flow, or those that are trying to make their way to the United States, knowing that now they cannot cross through the use of an app. So it's going to be much more stiffer consequences. And going back now to the national emergency, that provides much more authority now at the federal level. It's something we've been wanting for the last 4 years. Currently with our operations and now with this national emergency, it's going to provide us more manpower, more support at the federal level with even U.S. soldiers working with our National Guard soldiers. That in itself is going to be a force multiplier. It's going to provide much more security to the border. So we are looking forward to that.
I was going to ask you about that because part of what Trump did is he actually gave the defense secretary, which to be clear, there's only an acting defense secretary right now because Pete Hegseth has not finished the confirmation process. He gave the defense secretary 10 days to provide a plan for U.S. troops to help seal the border. Do you know anything more about what those plans could be?
I don't, Cheryl, but if I can, pretty much if it's what's been taking place right now, we do have U.S. soldiers that are currently working with Border Patrol agents. They're able to gather intelligence. help Border Patrol identify any threats along the border. I think if we have more soldiers that are able to provide a much larger footprint across the border by gathering intelligence, working with not only federal authorities, but also with our National Guard soldiers, that will provide a much more robust border security operation. We have provided a blueprint in the last 4 years in Texas. It's now just up to the administration right now to kind of carry on with that blueprint that we have provided with border security, and while we continue to maintain our posture on the border.
I do want to ask you about some news that crossed yesterday. A U.S. border agent was shot and killed during a traffic stop in Vermont near the northern border. Excuse me. The FBI says 2 suspects.
Now, how many people heard about this? I guess a Border Patrol agent got deleted. I didn't know anything about this. If you guys heard about this, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, give me a thumbs down. Apparently, a border agent got deleted.
Suspects were in that car. It was stopped. Now, one was dead. The other is injured and now in custody. Acting Homeland Security Secretary Benjamin Huffman said, quote, every single day our Border Patrol agents put themselves in harm's way, said Americans in our homeland are safe and secure. Lieutenant, I want to get your reaction to what happened yesterday.
Cheryl, yesterday was a great day for America with inauguration and now with new leadership, but of course, a tragic day as well for Border Patrol agents, for the Border Patrol community, as we lost one of our own, brothers in green. We work closely with Border Patrol. It's tragic when any law enforcement officer, especially a Border Patrol agent, is either assaulted or tragically killed, as this agent was killed yesterday. Really just shows how we really need to really, step up our border security efforts, really focus on those threats. And now with this new administration, the new leadership, with some of their focus, I think it remains to be very intentional. And they want to focus on those public safety threats to keep law enforcement safe, especially our border agents. So it's just very tragic. And I offer one of my condolences and my sincere, sympathy and prayers to the family and to the Border Patrol community who have lost, one of their brothers in green. But again, we cannot let this happen to any law enforcement officer or soldier, anybody for that matter on the border. We need to protect them as much as possible. And I think now with this new leadership, we can actually do that now.
I would love to see the rates of divorce, alcoholism, and suicide in those ranks decrease under this president as these border.
Now, this is interesting. I'm looking at this video right here in the end screen element. That's what they call these things, end screen elements. Everybody should hit these things at the end of the people's videos that they watch, because this is what drives traffic to your channel, watching the videos to the end and hitting these things here, right? But it says O'Leary versus Mr. Beast. Who has the tech to support a TikTok purchase? That's interesting. That's interesting. Now, I'm gonna ask you guys that question. Who has the tech to support a TikTok purchase? I've heard rumors that Elon Musk was interested in purchasing TikTok. I don't know if it'll happen or not. I just heard rumors that he was interested in it. So we're gonna take a look at this article from Breitbart. Donald Trump halts Biden's refugee inflow for months. Okay. President Donald Trump signed an executive order blocking President Joe Biden's huge inflow of wage-cutting refugees for at least 4 months. All right. The shutdown will help Americans because it trims the government's supply of cheap foreign labor in the nation's workplaces. So this right here, this is what people said that they wanted, right? This is one of the reasons why people were supporting this or voting this way, right? So this is why the thumbnail and the title is titled the way that it's titled. Immigration and border enforcement changes begin. Has anything else? Now, here's my question. What's going to happen with this? The wage benefits will flow mostly to the many citizens, legal immigrants, and illegal immigrants who are now working in the nation's quote unquote slaughterhouses that normally hire many refugees. Okay. Now, if you ask me, those people, look at this, they petty. Most of those people, those employers, they should be getting a punishment too. Why is everybody just letting these businesses get away with these hiring and you know what I'm saying, paying these illegal workers? Isn't that illegal for them to do as well? So my question is, why is there not a punishment for the businesses? The cutoff of foreign labor will also pressure the meat packing sector. I don't know if that's the same as the LGBT, you know what I'm saying, eligible or not. They might be talking about something different. I don't know. We need to specify. We need to look into this a little bit, you know, a little bit later, right? The meat packing sector is wild. To invest in productivity boosting robots and recruit some of several million American men who have fallen out of the economy. Who are these people? Now, look at this. They're getting some productivity boosting robots. What is that? What are those? What goes on? What they're getting some I want you guys, that's important. We're going to get a mix of human labor and we're going to get a mix of automation. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Wasn't the idea to do a lot of these quote unquote mass deportations to quote unquote free up jobs for Americans? Isn't that what that was for? So we're going to free up jobs for Americans, and then we're going to give some portion of those jobs to quote unquote robots. How's that work? I don't think people would be too happy with that. You know what I'm saying? Trump also intends to suspend refugee resettlement for 4 months, the official said. That's a program that for decades has allowed hundreds of thousands of people from around the world fleeing war and persecution to come to the United States. Trump is off to a great start. Mark Krikorian, the director of the Center for Immigration Studies, told Breitbart News. He added, in his first term, Trump gradually reduced the refugee program to roughly 12,000 people in 2020. The policy forced meatpacking companies, so here we are again with this meatpacking, to raise wages and invest in new technology. Biden expanded the program in 2021 and in 2024. He announced he would import 125,000 picked refugees from from countries around the world in 2025. Now, again, you got to ask yourself the question, why would Biden do that? Like, where was the motivation to do this at? Like, why would you do this? What is this helping? Where is the need to do this at? What is creating a demand for this? This is just something that Biden them wanted to do. This is just something that the Democrats wanted to do. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. The inflow was expected to include many wives and children of illegal migrants from South America who are now living in the United States. Biden's deputies, look at this. How many people knew about this? Biden's deputies imported 100,000 refugees in 2024, many via the so-called Welcome Corps. How many people know about the Welcome Corps? If you know about the Welcome Corps, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, give me a thumbs down. The organization, launched in 2023, combines private grants, government aid, and volunteers to accelerate the inflow of preferred migrants from other countries. Now, again, we got a lot of questions that we got to ask, right? Who and what is a preferred migrant? Who and what is a preferred migrant? For example, people in the town of Wauwatosa, New York, signed up to import. Look at this. People in the town of Wauwatosa, New York, signed up to import poor foreigners instead of attracting some of the many millions of disadvantaged Americans living in other towns and states. So you got to ask those people that live in that place, why did they do that? Why did they do that? Why did they make that choice? There's a humanitarian motivation to help refugees for the most part, but also a way to bring more people to upstate New York where we're losing people. So they keep using this excuse, oh, we're losing people. Oh, the population is decreasing. Yada, yada, yada. Now, what does that say about jobs? It doesn't necessarily mean if the population is going down that the jobs are not filled. That those things could be related, but they're not dependent on each other per se. Right? So technically, that's not technically an automatic excuse. It's not technically an automatic qualifier. It benefits our community in so many ways and gives us strength and diversity. All right. One such refugee is Marlon, who was welcomed by ORRC earlier this year. Marlon was forced to flee his native Venezuela after being extorted, assaulted, and having his life threatened by government-backed militant groups. Is that actually what happened? How do we know that that's what happened? Does anybody have a way to, with 100% certainty, know that that's what happened? That's my question. Despite the differences in culture and weather between Venezuela and Grenada, Marlon has taken his new home with real gusto. All right. Marlon quickly found employment working in a restaurant during the day and as a janitor at a local school in the evenings. His English is fast improving thanks to one of the school's teachers, and his appreciation for Grenada and the United States as a whole is ever growing. Through his day job, he's learned to make all kinds of American fare, and in exchange has shared some of his favorite Venezuelan dishes with his coworkers. For Marlon, welcoming others the same way that the ORRC and Grenada welcomed him is now one of his main priorities. So he just opened up the door for everybody. Now look at this. Look at this video about or this article about Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith is concerned over DEI pushback during Trump era. All right. How many of y'all, what do y'all think Stephen A. Smith had to say about the quote unquote DEI pushback? I think that one thing that people should have done for a very long time that people kind of didn't do. People need to insulate themselves from DEI, but people actually fought for DEI. People fought for it. This is what people wanted. You know what I'm saying? To me, you know what I'm saying? It's starting to show his head as a bad gamble, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying? It's starting to show his head as a bad gamble. So in May of 2024, the Associated Press described how the program was used to import cheap labor into South Carolina. Two sisters from Honduras who fled their homes and traveled to Mexico, where they lived for about a year until they learned that they had been approved to come to South Carolina. Liliz Bonilla Castro said she didn't know much about Colombia when she arrived, but she liked the warm weather and welcoming people. She said the refugee program had given her and her 3 children a future. For those who want and have the opportunity to come to this country, it is best way to save your life and to have a better future for your kids, which are the ones we think about as most as parents, she said through a translator. All right. The refugee program is part of the many programs created by the federal government to maximize the inflow of foreign workers, consumers, and renters into the U.S. economy. For example, Biden and his deputies extracted at least 8 million migrants from poor countries. Why? Why? I mean, is any of this justified? Yeah, shout out to Cameron. Cameron said this is propaganda. She saved their life by taking them through the Darien Gap. Exactly. These people saved their lives by dropping these little kids off in the middle of the desert. Like, really? You know what I mean? The refugee program has imported, look at this. The refugee program has imported 3 million people into the United States since 1980. So this stuff has been around for a long time. The result is more sideline Americans, lower wages for American families, higher housing costs, and less automation in the nation's workplaces. This is what they're really concerned about right here. Not so much the citizens, but the less automation. They want to fully automate these workplaces. So just it's interesting how they're throwing that out. Less automation, you know what I'm saying? Like that, it's taking away the same jobs. It's taking away the same jobs that the immigration is taking away. You know what I'm saying? It's taking away the same jobs that the immigration is taking away. Now, how many people have heard let's see, you know what? We're gonna do like this. Hold on real quick. Let's talk about Trump and the birthright citizenship thing. How many people agree with the removal of birthright citizenship? Yeah, facts. Shout out to Carlton. We saw this coming a mile away. Big facts, bro. If you guys agree with the birthright citizenship changes that Trump is trying to make, give me a thumbs up. If you disagree with them, give me a thumbs down and let me know why you disagree. All right. Shout out to Deacon Dave. Deacon Dave said, I agree. Shout out to John. John said he's indifferent on it. I think it's interesting. I think people should thoroughly go over this. You know what I'm saying?
Picking up where he left off, President Trump signed a flurry of restrictive immigration executive orders on day one. He reinstigated the Remain in Mexico policy, one of the most controversial programs implemented during his first term. He also paused refugee admissions, officially designated Mexican cartels terrorist organizations, and signed a proclamation declaring a national emergency at the southern border, where an increased military presence will be stationed.
Trump also ended birthright citizenship for children born to parents living in the U.S. illegally. Critics say this is a violation of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. Joining us now to dive into these.
Now, I want to ask the question, right? Now, logically, if the parents came to the United States illegally, what justifies the child just automatically becoming a U.S. citizen? Where's the justification for that? Parents are here illegally. Parents are committing a crime. A child is born. What justifies the child being designated a citizen? Well, let me know what you guys think.
These executive orders and challenges they might face is David Beer, Director of Immigration Studies at the Cato Institute. Welcome, David. So what is your view of this effort to change this aspect of the immigration policy?
Well, you listed, a dozen things already, and you haven't even covered half of it. So there's a lot going on. It's happening very rapidly. Obviously, this is a major change in policy. Look, my view is birthright citizenship is a fundamental part of U.S. Law and has been since the founding of the United States. Dred Scott decision was a departure from that. The 14th Amendment was meant to rectify that mistake, but there's never been a time where people who are born in the United States as civilians and not representatives of foreign governments are not considered U.S. Citizens. And so that is extraordinarily dangerous. It's an assertion that the President of the United States, by a stroke of a pen, can take away the citizenship rights of Americans. And so I'm very concerned about that. Obviously, it's going to be challenged in the courts. He also declared that there's an invasion at the...
Now, we're going to be talking about all this, right? We're going to be talking about the court case, right? Because that's going on. We're going to be talking about the designation of the invasion, all right? Because there's like he said, the southern border situation has been designated as an invasion. That's how they're justifying a military action, right? But what I want to know is if we logically look at the situation where there's two illegal parents, right? Two parents who have entered the country illegally. Wouldn't logically that it be said that the child was born in the United States during an illegal stay? So again, my question is, where do we get to the point within any of that where it's justified? We'll just give this newborn a citizenship. Where does that come in? What action occurs to say we'll give this child a newborn a citizenship? How does that work?
Southwest border of the United States. This is, again, extraordinarily problematic when you consider it in the context of the Constitution. The Constitution says that when the United States is subject to an invasion, the U.S. government can wage war inside the United States in response. Also, state governments can wage war, and all of that, what that would entail, all the powers that opens up over Americans inside the United States, as well as potential military action across our border with Mexico. And the final thing it does under the Constitution is if we're subject to invasion, then the federal government can suspend the writ of habeas corpus, which is our rights as Americans to challenge wrongful detention. We can be seized and detained at any time when habeas corpus is suspended. So that is, just a small sampling of how expansive the powers being asserted here are. And even with respect to, what you mentioned, something that seems kind of common sense, labeling these awful drug cartels as
shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't hit the like button yet, please do me that favor. Take a moment, hit that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, subscribe to the channel. We got 20 people watching. Shout out to y'all. I appreciate it. We got 34 likes. Let's try to get the likes to 50. All right.
Foreign terrorist organizations. Again, because you're talking about them, he is talking about them invading on behalf of foreign governments. That means that we're potentially setting up a situation where the president of the United States has declared that we are at war with any number of different governments. Again, this is troubling territory to enter into. The implications were not thought through before he signed these orders.
I suppose, David, the argument from the right, which isn't usually the argument I voice, but the argument from the right would be that there was clearly public disquiet about the levels of...
Right. That's a great example. Shout out to John. Make sure y'all throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for John. That is a great example. John says, that's like saying I robbed a bank of $100,000 and did it to feed my kids and save my home from closure. Should I not go to jail, and should I not lose my house because my kids need a home? Here's another one, right? Should your kids go ahead and get the home and the money? Because they're robbing the United States like you're illegally here. You know what I'm saying? Like you're illegally taking up space. As a result, your child gets rewarded with what you were seeking anyway. Like the end result of that is the child getting so what ends up happening if it's a mom and a dad and a child, you commit an illegal act. Well, if it's a mom and a dad, then a third family member occurs because of a birth, right? You get 1/3 out of what you were going for. You get 33% of what you were going for. One of the people involved in this situation gets a citizenship, no questions asked. Everybody else gets sent back. That's like if like John's example, and I stole $100,000 and I get to keep 30,000 of it and give it to my kids and my family. And I got to go to jail. How is that? I'm trying to figure out, how is that justified? What's the rationale behind the justification of that? You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm not seeing it, help me see it, right? But currently, I don't see it. It doesn't make any sense. The idea is to get everyone involved in the situation either a citizenship or some type of status to where they can remain in the United States. So we punish the crime by allowing an unborn person who is born now to get the benefit of the criminal act. I don't understand in what kind of law enforcement that would make sense. I think that should be questioned, at the very least questioned, right? There might be some better explanation that might, debunk mine or might make mine erroneous or irrelevant. But I think that the question that I'm bringing up is a question that's fair enough to challenge the premise. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deacon Dave. Deacon Dave got me dying laughing. Deacon Dave's, they go to X post. Deacon Dave said, "This link is so sad, but it made me happy. It's late, but on the topic." Yo, I'll check it out. Yo, if Dave, can you put that link in the Discord or can you send it to me on you got my email. Send it to me on my email or just drop it in the Discord because I can't pull it from the I can't pull it from StreamYards, but if you send it to me in my email or if you send it to me on Discord, I'll pull it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate it. Make sure you guys show Deacon Dave some love. Definitely appreciate it for funding the organization. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat from my man Deacon Dave for funding the organization. And I think we hit the target. Do it say 5 out of 5 on there? I think we did. I think we hit the target with 5s and we're over the target with all of the support. So shout out to everybody. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for y'all. Let me actually just take a look real quick. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me just see here. So we got I thought we were. Oh, we close. We need 2 more. I think we out of the time. I think we out of time though, but it's all good though. We hit it. Discount for, you know what I'm saying? We y'all know I'll take care of y'all. We in there. So I was just hoping this. I want to see what happened when it's 5 out of 5 or whatever on there. That's what I was curious about. Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate it. Make sure y'all show Deacon Dave some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Deacon Dave for funding the organization.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching dimes.
Yeah, bro, shoot me that bad boy on Discord or shoot it to me in my email and let me know when you did and I'll pull it up, all right?
Of unauthorized migration. Immigration was obviously, I think in almost everyone's estimation, a strong issue for now President Trump in last year's campaign. And so this is, as it were, carrying out the will of the people. But you obviously have very grave concerns, either that people are not aware enough of the constitutional dangers or not aware enough about the way this could abrogate the rights of American citizens.
Yeah, right. I mean, look, illegal immigration is a problem. It's actually much less of a problem than when Trump left office last time. So, he left office, over 70,000 people were arrested by Border Patrol. This time he's entering with, 45,000 or so arrests at the southwest border. So the idea that somehow this has reached a level or, is at a point right now in January of 2025 that he can supersede immigration law and the Constitution and suspend these various rights. It's just totally unsupported. And, again, it's a power grab. He's asserting his authority early on in his term, testing his limits and all of that. But this is really a bridge too far. We're not talking about, countering illegal immigration even in this at this point. We're talking about stripping the rights away from Americans and giving power to the government to detain people without due process.
What is this dude talking about stripping rights away from Americans? And shout out to Deacon Dave. I got it pulled up, bro. As soon as we get through this one, I got you on this next one. How they talking about stripping power from Americans? It's stripping power. Like what's going on in Chicago is stripping power from Americans when you got a crazy tyrant mayor like Brandon Johnson that wants to keep people out of city council meetings because he can't handle the critique of completely misbudgeting the money and tanking the city. That's taking rights away from Americans. The people that he's talking about, for one, they do have rights, right? And for two, at the same time, they're not American. Like, it's just it's it's wild the way that they're allowed to have these discussions and just use these crazy terms.
To detain people without probable cause, and to even deport people from the country without due
Shout out to Unsunken One. What's good with it, bro?
process, without proving that they're in the country illegally, that they're subject to removal. Again, these are all powers that would really create a great deal of embarrassment among the founders if they knew that a president was doing this.
Yeah, to play. Well, I don't even know if I'm playing devil's advocate. I largely.
The founders actually owned people. I don't think that they would care. I think if anything, I think that the founders would be like, how come you're not exploiting this situation to the biggest benefit is what I think the founders would say. I don't think the founders would really be too upset with Trump. Honestly, I don't think what Trump is doing is, I don't think that it's like radical or anything. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, I don't think that most people, regardless of if you're on the extreme end or on the extreme other end, if you are actually honest about the problems that a lot of this is causing, most people are not going to have a problem with what Trump's doing. Nobody really has a problem with it. Let me ask you guys how many people in the comment section have a problem with what Trump's doing as far as immigration goes? If you guys have a problem with what Trump is doing on immigration, give me a thumbs up. If you don't have a problem with what Trump is doing with immigration, give me a thumbs down. I don't think that Trump's doing anything wrong with immigration. I think the person who was doing stuff wrong with immigration was the Biden administration and Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying? One thing that Trump's not going to do with the immigration is not bring all these criminals in. One thing that Trump's doing with immigration is it shouldn't. I would assume it's not going to put the stress and strain of billion-dollar budgets on most of these cities that these sanctuary cities decide to take in on their own. It's not going to do that. So just with the nature of this thing, if you ask me, the nature of it is going to automatically improve a lot of situations, even though a lot of these places are unwilling to have the situation improved. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you not want to have the situation improved? You know what I'm saying? That's like, that's I don't understand. Like, I don't know. It's just sometimes stuff is weird. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deacon Dave for this tweet that he sent. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all show Deacon Dave some love. All right. Here goes the tweet. It says, migrants in Ciudad, and I think Ciudad means city, Juarez, react to the CBP1 app being shut down by Donald Trump minutes before their appointments. Damn, just minutes before their appointments. That's why they're so mad. Just minutes before the appointment. They buzzer beater for real. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew Reality. What's good with it, bro? Buzzer beater for real. For every tear that she's shedding is a person that can't pay their mortgage. You know what I'm saying? Let's get back to this. You know, and then, you know, people will be like, oh my goodness. Like, what? I mean, okay, we're not seeing the videos of the people that's crying because they can't pay their mortgage because they're getting their car repossessed. You know what I'm saying? For every person like her that's crying is somebody getting their house foreclosed. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with your immigration views, but we are in a political moment where Trump won an election explicitly on the idea of at least reining in illegal immigration. It's certainly a lot of people, a substantial faction of the right, want a wholesale reduction of immigration, even legal immigration. We're seeing that battle play out between your more Elon Musk faction that does support at least more high-skilled immigration, and then the kind of economic populists who want much stricter limits. What I would describe as a kind of like affirmative action for the workers who were born in America, which I obviously oppose. But isn't there's a need to pick our battles, or
he said that, look, I want you guys, this is your liberal right here. This is your flamboyant liberal. Pay attention to your flamboyant liberal with the lavender tie. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. Right. But again, at the same time, while you pay attention to the flamboyant liberal, also pay attention to the fact that if we had the businesses together, if we had the resources together, we could sit here and laugh at this dude and be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? We breaking bread and toast and champagne amongst each other. So you must be talking about somebody else. You must be talking about some migrants. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate y'all. If you guys haven't smashed that like button yet, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, take a moment, hit the bell, share the stream to your social media. All right.
You know, battle play out between your more Elon Musk faction that does support at least more high-skilled immigration, and then the, you know, the kind of economic populists who want who want
the Elon Musk. Look, and we're gonna deal with this, right? The Elon Musk, quote unquote, people that want the quote unquote high-skilled immigration. The quote unquote high-skilled immigration people are people that come with those HB1 visas, right? Is that correct? If that's correct, give me a thumbs up. If that's not correct, give me a thumbs down. Those people that come with the tech companies and all that, those people come with the HB1 visas. Right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, first and foremost, the HB1 visa is a document. So those people are not undocumented, correct? Trump's initiatives for his campaign promises were for criminal undocumented migrants. Is a HB1 holder a criminal undocumented migrant? That's my question for you guys. Right. Shout out to Black Spider. No. Another question, right? Who are the HB1 visa holders taking jobs away from? Has anyone in the chat ever lost a job opportunity because an HB1 visa holder was given preferential treatment over you for a job that you were competing for? That's my question. We're gonna hammer in on that question. Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality says they don't even train us anymore. Here's my question. Why do we need training? Here's another question. Why should they train us? We're gonna have some good streams going forward. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have some good streams going forward.
much stricter limits. You know, what I would describe as a kind of like affirmative action for the workers who were born in America, which I obviously oppose. But
Carlton got me dying laughing. Carlton says we're having an honest convo today. Facts. Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality says they would rather pay foreigners less. Absolutely. Let me ask you this question. Would you rather pay $100,000 for a Bitcoin, or would you rather pay $88,000 for a Bitcoin? If you had the choice, which one would you do?
But there's a need to pick our battles, or I think the restrictionists are going to just like win the argument.
Well, absolutely. Look, I mean, I think there's, you know, the illegal immigration issue, you know, debating whether we should be, you know, stopping illegal immigration is kind of.
Now, shout out to Deacon Dave, right? Deacon Dave says, when I get this cert, it's possible that an HB1 visa may get a job over me. Now, let me ask you this question. The day that you get your certification, the day that you get certified, and shout out to you, congratulations for, getting that certification. What happens if somebody with an HB1 visa that has 2 years of experience competes against you for a job? How does that go down?
Pointless at this point. Trump's going to do what he's going to do. I think it's really about defending the rights of Americans and defending the fundamental framework of the Constitution.
Yeah, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Facts. 88,000 Bitcoin all day. Why? Because it's cheaper. Everybody wants everything cheaper. Shout out to Deacon Dave. Deacon Dave said they would get the job because I have zero experience. Facts. Facts. Now, if I was running a company, right, and Deacon Dave applied at my company, the other people are getting interviews because I have to show that I interviewed people. Deacon Dave's getting the job. Deacon Dave's getting a job. It don't matter if he just hit the last bubble, you know what I'm saying, on his test, on his competency test. Deacon Dave finished the competency test. He come to Blacklight Industrial, put in the application. Oh, Deacon Dave, what's good with it, bro? Yeah, you got the job. You don't even need to say anymore. Just come in on Monday for orientation. You don't think that they do that with jobs? A lot of times you think that you're competing and you're not even competing because the decision has already been made. I already made this decision. 10 people could put in an application. I'm hiring Deacon Dave. I'm just showing that that I interviewed these 10 people. You don't think that they do that there? I'm telling you right now, I would do that. Shout out to my man, Keep It 100. Shout out to, Marcus Aurelius, right? He does camera work, really good camera work too, real professional camera work. If I need a cameraman, I'm gonna go to Marcus. I'm gonna go to Keep It 100. Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality puts the computers together. If I need a computer, I'm gonna go to Crew Reality. I'm not even gonna ask no questions. If I ever need a comedian, I'm gonna go right to Moxie Approved. If I ever need some graphics done, or I ever need some content ideas, or some just good YouTube strategy, I'm gonna go to THPP Network automatically. That's how it should be. You know what I'm saying? That's how it should be. I don't have to worry about somebody, telling me some nonsense or somebody overcharging me because trust dictates my network. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even dealing with people that would even be interested in doing something negative. You know what I'm saying? Those right there are the minimum bases that people should form their valuation networks on in order to do good, clean, effective, efficient business with each other, to be able to cut having to deal with the risks of this kind of nonsense out. You know what I'm saying?
Constitution about who sets the laws, who changes the laws, who, what rights do we enjoy as Americans to be free from wrongful detention and arrest.
I would disagree, right? I would disagree with this. Crew says, as long as the work is on par, we are working with our own people. It's not merit-based. I disagree. I say that the culture should enforce maximum competency. Maximum competency. So the people that we're working with, we're already insulated into working with the best because we got the best people. So we're hitting the competency part as well. Shout out to THPP Network. If I deal with THPP Network, look at their YouTube channel. Their videos do amazing. Do you know what I'm saying? They got a wonderful YouTube channel. Everything by the book. They get great ratios and engagement on their content. I am working with somebody that has merit. A lot of merit. Look on Social Blade and look up this channel score, right? Look at Keep It 100's camera work. It's great. You know what I'm saying? We are dealing with competency. Competency, maximum competency, superior competency over everyone. That should be the driving benchmark of any type of movement. You know what I'm saying? You should always be able to, I should be able to say, listen, I hired Deacon Dave to be my network administrator because he's the best network administrator in the area. Now, of course, Deacon Dave is, you know what I'm saying, he'd be, you know, part of the inside. You know what I'm saying? He's an insider, but at the same time, I can still say he's the best network guy in the area. So now, you know, you can make up your own speculation or whatever, but on paper, I got the best. They do that all the time too. Not only do I want to flex on people by hiring people that had the same interests as me, I want to flex on people by like, man, look, my people, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got a 70% on this competency, and the people that I got, they got 100% on the competency. That's why that's so important. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
And not letting the president essentially run completely away with the Constitution and you know, these limits on what he can do. Look, he's suspending the refugee program. He is doing all kinds of things that I completely disagree with on legal immigration, on as well as on border security and interior enforcement. And he's saying we're going to have law enforcement going after anyone, regardless of whether they're a threat to their community. That's a waste of law enforcement resources, I think. So there are a lot of things I can disagree with on, but the basic framework of the Constitution shouldn't be up for debate.
David Beer of the Cato Institute, thanks for joining us in Rising.
All right, so there's that. So I think that's interesting. All right. Very interesting, very sudden, you know, changes with Trump. Right. Nothing that, you know, people shouldn't have expected. Right. Because for the most part, you know, all he's doing is just delivering on campaign promises. Right. And again, you know, it's not a bad thing if you're a president and you deliver on campaign promises. That's one of the reasons why people were so upset and disgruntled with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, because they didn't deliver anything except for large turds with corn and string bean husks hanging out of them into toilets all over the United States. That's it. That's all they did. You know what I'm saying? They didn't do much of anything else besides piss people off and say stupid stuff. You know what I'm saying? Joe Biden couldn't stay off the ground. Kamala Harris couldn't stop laughing. Illinois is suing Trump over ending the birthright citizenship. Let me ask you guys this question. Has Illinois ever sued anybody over anything? They should be suing Favorite Health Partners for that $212 million worth of nothing that they did at those migrant shelters, and they still had people passing diseases back and forth. You guys remember that? If you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If you don't remember that, give me a thumbs down. Trump's proposal to strip birthright citizenship from those born in this nation is unconstitutional, Pritzker said. Now, mind you, he left the part out about being born to peoples whose parents illegally entered the country. He left that part out. Governor Pritzker, Life with Louis. You know what I'm saying? Illinois, in separate lawsuits, Illinois and more than 20 other states are challenging President Donald Trump's executive order ending birthright citizenship in the United States. I think that's wild. It's hilarious that Trump just went on and did that. Like, I can't lie, that's funny as hell. Tuesday afternoon, Illinois Attorney General Kwame Rao announced that Illinois and 3 other states, Arizona, Oregon, and Washington, have jointly filed a lawsuit with the U.S. District Court, all right, for the Western District of Washington, arguing that the order violates the constitutional rights to which all children born in the U.S. are entitled. Not true. These are children born to parents who are citizens. You know what I'm saying? That's not true. You guys see how important phrasing is, and definitions and words and saying things properly? This is being falsely represented by J.D. Pritzker. As always, you know what I'm saying? J.D. Pritzker, he's not a very honest person. You know what I'm saying? Raul said that the fact that one of Trump's first acts as president should be so diametrically opposed to our values as Americans is incredibly disappointing. What value is that diametrically opposed to, is my question. Do you all see a diametric opposition to any quote unquote American value based on Trump signing this? If you guys do, let me know. Me personally, I really don't. He added, the children born in the U.S. to immigrants are entitled to the rights and privileges that go along with U.S. citizenship. And again, so what we're talking about here is people born to people who illegally entered the country only, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So why are they discussing it in these terms? They're discussing it in these terms to confuse the topic. If you have an honest point of view, if you actually have an argument, there's no need to be intellectually dishonest and attempt to confuse the topic to get an advantage with your talking point. There's no need to do that. And that's what you see being done here. That's what you see being done here. You know what I'm saying? The children born in the U.S. to immigrants are entitled to the rights and privileges that go along with U.S. citizenship. More than right. Now, I would say, to make this sentence valid, children born in the U.S. to immigrants who are in the United States legally, right, are entitled to the rights and privileges that go along with U.S. citizenship. We need to discuss bipartisan common sense immigration reforms. But denying birthright citizenship dates back centuries and has been upheld twice by the U.S. Supreme Court is not the solution. As Attorney General and the proud son of Haitian immigrants, I will continue to stand with my fellow Attorney General and defend the constitutional rights of all children born in this country. What do you guys think about that? A lot of times the motivations to why, people support certain things politically, policies, different things like that. A lot of times the reasons, like the reasons are flowing right in their veins. And it's interesting. Now, that's not all the time, right? You got to specify. That's not a situation that occurs every single time, right? But a lot of times it does. This is one of those particular times. I don't think when people support these type of things, I don't think that they should jump out the window and declare their conflict of interest as a motivation for supporting something. I don't think that that's the best tactic to do. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that that's the most effective thing to do. I think that even if you have a good argument or if you have a good reason or whatever your justification may be, when you jump out the window with your conflict of interest as the main reason of your motivation, you negate any type of logic that you may have. No one's going to take you serious because it's like, this is why this person is invested in it. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says on X, Governor J.B. Pritzker echoed Raul's sentiments, tweeting Trump's proposal to strip birthright citizenship from those born in this nation is unconstitutional. In Illinois, we follow the law. This is only the start of attempts to undermine the rule of law, and Illinoisans can count on me to stand against unconstitutional actions. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Can you count on J.B. Pritzker to stand on unconstitutional actions? I think that you can count on J.B. Pritzker to stand up against unconstitutional actions if he feels they fit his Democrat narrative. If they don't, he's not really going to do anything, or he's going to fight against them. So, there's that. That's what, people should just understand that that's the game, right? Raul said the executive order violates the 14th Amendment, adding that the lawsuit asserts that the presidency has no authority to override the U.S. Constitution, and no constitutional provision or law empowers the president to determine who should or should not be granted U.S. citizenship at birth. Raul also argued the order will harm hundreds of thousands of American children. A statement from his office went on to say this: as Attorney General Raul's filing explains, birthright citizenship dates back centuries to pre-Civil War America. Although the Supreme Court's notorious 1857 decision in the Dred Scott versus Sanford. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Who knows about this case, Dred Scott versus Sanford? What was that case about, and what was the ruling of that case? Dred Scott versus Sanford. Oh, it denied citizenship. It denied birthright citizenship to descendants of enslaved people. Last time I checked, immigrants aren't descendants of enslaved people. Right? This is very different. We're talking about people who were taken versus people who came here voluntarily. Very different. If you guys would agree this is very different, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Laws that were meant to help you are being used to undermine you because of the people that 80% of people who voted that way for 60 years voted for. And then we'll try to excommunicate you from your family or excommunicate you from your validity of life if you decide to move a different way. Shout out to everybody in the comment section. You don't have to vote Democrat just because somebody tells you to. Look at what the Democrats take and do with your history, with your legacy, with your influence on America. And then you have people like, what's the people's name? Those lawyers, the grandfather lawyer that'll sit there and try to simp shame somebody about who you're supposed to vote for and never address anything like this. What is this? This is blasphemy. How does this even relate to immigrants? Listen, the people who enslaved the people were immigrants. Shout out to Deacon Dave. Deacon Dave says, I say embrace the inner coon. Listen, hey, we got a coin that we about to come out with. It's called Coon with Knife. You know what I'm saying? I think Carlton is going to put it out on pump.fun. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and they are going to call you one anyway. And this is why I tell everybody the word coon needs to be decommissioned. The same way that white people have effectively decommissioned the word racism, Those of us who have more than marbles rattling around in our head need to decommission the word coon. We need to decommission the word coon until people stop being shame sensitive and stop reacting immediately to particular talking points that kind of strike them in a place where it shouldn't. They're going to call you one anyway. They're going to call you a coon for not supporting a political party that dilutes your accomplishments like this. But you a coon for saying, no, I'm not with this. I don't understand how this thing that was about us, for us, somehow is being related to people with non-similar circumstances. You're a coon for that? For self-preservation? The word coon has no more effectiveness. It's completely watered down. It's been booted up. You know what I'm saying? It's like if it's like when you know what I'm saying, you buy a brick and you just, it's all kind of fentanyl and, you know what I'm saying, all kind of fentanyl and everything else just booted up. It's not even no more the raw product anymore. Shout out to Deacon Dave. Deacon said constantly opposite of nibbers. That's hilarious. You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna call you that anyway, regardless of what it don't matter what you do, you're gonna get called that. So what value does it have if just anything you do gets you called that? Shouldn't have any value. We talk about this when we talk about cryptocurrency. What's a store of value? A store of value got to be something that's rare, that actually holds value. If everybody's a coon, where's the store of value in the word coon? Everybody's a coon. There's no value in it. There's no standard. It's applied to anybody for any degree of action. It's not useful anymore. It's outdated. It's valid. People have outdated it. Now you got the very people that would call you a coon for saying that you're not going to support the Democrats, trying to act like they're the ones who are giving you the good insight and encouraging you to not encourage and support the Democrats. Well, you just calling me a coon last week. Now you're saying the same thing that I'm saying and not referencing what I'm saying. Decommission the word coon. The people who have thrown it out there so much, they cried wolf with it. They cried coon. You know what I'm saying? The word coon is an idiot's DEFCON 5. An idiot who's not smart enough to build a nuclear weapon will DEFCON 5 on the word coon to try to stop somebody from making a point, or to try to decrease the intensity of their voice for a disagreement that they might have because they can't come with a countering point. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality says, I disagree. Folks misuse the word just like woke, but I still know its original meaning. Now, it's not just like woke, right? Because who hijacked woke, right? Now, did anybody hijack coon? So it's a little bit different, right? It's a little bit different. We can use a bunch of Bethany Mandel videos to talk about who hijacked coon or to who hijacked, you know what I'm saying, woke, right? Whose video we gonna use about who hijacked coon? This one of them who's holding the crowbar situations. They crowbar this, they crowbar that. Who's holding this crowbar? This one got people breaking into their own Pinto with the crowbar. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the immigration. So we get this now, right? Dred Scott and Sanford denied birthright citizenship to the descendants of enslaved people. The post-Civil War United States ratified the 14th Amendment in 1868 to protect citizenship for children born in the country. The Immigration and Nationality Act similarly protects the U.S. citizenship of children born in the United States. Now, it doesn't say anything about the status of the parents that they're born to, right? Which I'm sure it does in the actual law, but in this article, it's not saying anything about that, right? The Attorney General Rao's filing goes on to say that the U.S. Supreme Court has twice held up birthright citizenship in 1898 and in 1982, even if a person's parents are not U.S. citizens. Now, again, when it comes to the slave situation, right, the owners, the plantation owners, were the immigrants. So the thing is that I don't know why the immigration laws are not compared to what was going on with plantation owners, because the plantation owners were immigrants. You know what I'm saying? The slaves were not. What slave immigrated to the United States? All the plantation owners immigrated to the United States or came from immigrant families. True or false? So why is it that when it comes to the immigration law, the beneficial part of the immigration law is the part of how I don't know. I guess the 14th Amendment would affect us. We weren't the immigrants in that equation. The plantation owners were the immigrants in that equation. Right? So to me, the immigrants have more in common with the plantation owners than they have with us. Shout out to Deacon Dave. Deacon Dave said, I've been cooning since 2018 when I married a non-American woman and happily threw my black card away. Hey, shout out to you, man. I hope you are happy. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy your happiness, bro. You know what I'm saying? And here go the thing. Somebody would all people would do is we'll just take your black card. Everybody, the taking the black card thing is the same as the coon word. Anything to get your black card taken. You get your black card taken. I got in your car and you was listening to Sting and the Police. Black card taken. I got a white friend. Black card taken. Black card taken. Went to a PWI. Black card taken. I mean, literally, it's what can you do to not get your black card taken? I think that it's easier to get your black card taken than it is to, I don't know, quote unquote, maintain a black card, because anything can get it taken. You know what I'm saying? Anything to get your black card taken. You know what I'm saying? Somebody make it make sense. And then there's no standard. There's also no standard on giving it back, because a black card will get taken. And then when the person whose black card got taken did something noteworthy, he's quote unquote one of ours. I thought the black card got taken. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, can you buy a Bitcoin with the black? Bro, poison to come out of the black card if you're holding it and you mention Bitcoin, and you know why. Yeah, shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Don't eat chitlins. Black card gone. Talk about cryptocurrency. Black card gone. Like the wrong celebrity. Black card gone. Vote for Trump. Black card gone. I got a Toyota Prius. Black card gone. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. These ain't my rules. You know what I'm saying? I didn't make these rules up. I've never revoked anybody's black card. You know what I'm saying? I've never issued one either, though. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say. You know? Asking these questions, black card gone. You know what I'm saying? Black card gone. Shout out to Carl. Carl just said, listen to the dubstep. Black card gone. Look, hey, put the alert in the chat. Black card gone. Hit the button. Black card gone. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, hell no, Rob. I got to push back on the black card thing and chitlins. Hey, listen, I don't mess with chitlins, bro. It's two types of black people. The black people that eat chitlins, you know what I'm saying, and the black people that don't. And as far as I'm concerned, you know what I'm saying, like everybody is just as black. I don't mess with chitlins. I don't care what anybody says. Somebody, oh, you ain't black if you don't. Like, I guess to you, you know what I'm saying. I guess to you, I'm not black. But now, mind you, it's you that's saying that, right? And that's another thing. A lot of times, the mob will sit there and tell another person why they're not black, right? And then they'll take that argument that they've told the other person that they're not black and then run around like a broken toy and say, and this is why this person think they're not black. And the person never even said nothing like that. Well, they think they better than us because they don't like that. I didn't say that I think I'm better than anybody. I don't like eating organs that have shit in them. You know what I'm saying? Sorry. My bad. I didn't know that had anything to do with, you know what I'm saying, how I feel about my race and ethnicity. But since you're going to internalize it like that, I mean, I guess. I don't like milk because if I don't like milk because I'm telling you I can't rationalize drinking another animal's body fluids, I'm clearly going to have a problem with eating storage receptacles for shit, right? Oh, he think he better than us. Yeah, okay. All right, yeah, sure. You know what I'm saying? Fine. That's the logic. It's not logical to me. You know what I'm saying? But that's the logic, though. Who am I to step in the way of hundreds of years of tradition? You know what I'm saying? Who am I? So I just observe and keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people, it's mad people that don't mess with chitlins. I don't mess with them. I don't like I don't like the thought. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the smell. Like shout out to Agent Smith. It's the smell. You know what I'm saying? That's what he was telling Morpheus. Morpheus tried to offer him some chitlins. It's the smell. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, bro, like these are standards that people put on people, man. How is that an actual standard of anything? How is that a standard of anything? Oh, Lewis called them poop noodles. Man, yeah, go ahead, bro. Mine had the Visa logo on it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I signed the back of it, but here you go. Here you go. You know what I'm saying? I turned mine in. I think it still might be like 3 months left on the expiration date, bro. And I think it might be like $250 left on there. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, man. You just killed it. You completely killed it for me with that one. The poop noodles. Oh man, I don't even think I'm be able to eat no more of them goat's eyes candy anymore because of that. That shit hit like a mushroom cloud and just spread it out into unrelated shit. Oh man, you the best of my whole day with that. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I can't do it though, man. Like I can't do it. Some stuff I can't do. But them is the kind of standards that people put on stuff, man. This is what I'm saying. Like people don't let people put them kind of standards on stuff. It's cool to joke about certain stuff, and you know what I'm saying? Like it'd be funny, you know what I'm saying? But like people really be taking that stuff serious. Yeah, shout out to Deacon Dave. Cooking shitlins makes the house, it make your whole house smell like a big ass boiling bathroom. It's hot and it's steamy and it looks like and it smells like somebody that's like 7 feet tall, 400 pounds, and has the most exaggerated amount of body hair. Literally took an entire newspaper into your bathroom and sat there and read the entire thing and then flushed the toilet, washed their hands and left without turning the fan on or spraying anything. Spray some Febreze in there or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh man, and it's hot in here. My glasses is fogging up. It's just smothering me all in my face. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got to get out of here before I can't handle this. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, like how ninjas who hate on a biracial black guy and call him white, but will apply blackness to a Latino. You know who be doing that? That's what I was telling y'all about how Umar Johnson be Pan-Africanizing people. You know what I'm saying? That's that right there. That's that Pan-Africanization. When I see some females, I'm a Pan-Africanize them so I can take away my own standard of being a simp and say, you know what? These chicks over here are acceptable. But then I'm going to apply a strict standard to everybody else. People did that with Colin Kaepernick. I don't have no problem with Colin Kaepernick. You know what I'm saying? But people did that with him. It's just not good enough. What's the point? He should have did this. He should have did that. Hey, listen, man. He a mixed dude and he grew up with some white parents. The fact that he doing anything, you know what I'm saying? I ain't got. I'm shout out to him, man, because he don't have to do nothing. He could just take the easy route. He lost his entire career, but it just wasn't good enough because it's never good enough. You know what I'm saying? Me and TD did that video. It's funny, man. Umar Johnson actually took a clip from Terry Time. Umar Johnson took a clip from Terry Time and posted it on his channel on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? But Umar Johnson had that. I think he was in the Dominican Republic or whatever. You know what I'm saying? He was like, oh yeah, you know, blah blah blah, like, you know, saying like yada yada yada. Like these chicks is melanated, yada yada yada. You know what I'm saying? These chicks is melanated. Listen, man, I don't care who people are with. Shout out to you. You know what I'm saying? Be happy with who you're with. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that I ask people to do is like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you see a lot of other people have relationships where they're not with the same race or ethnicity, they don't just lose their culture. I don't understand why that's common in one particular area so much, but I don't think that that's healthy. I don't think that that's good. I don't think that people should do that. You know what I'm saying? But whatever, man, people going to do what they do. But Umar Johnson, the type of person that'll say, you know what I'm saying? Like this white chick is melanated because she just got out of a tanning bed. You know what I'm saying? Like, bruh, you're the one that set that standard. That's why you got clowned when you bought that smelling salt or whatever it was from that chick at the mall, because you want to simp so hard and you ride that standard so hard that anytime you just simply interact with anybody, everybody gonna roast you. You did that to yourself. You did that to yourself. There was he had that thing with the Dominican chicks, and oh yeah, they so melon. But then in another instance, it's not acceptable for somebody else to do that. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, "Nah, Rob, her great grandfather was half black, so he cool." Listen, nah, yeah, facts. I don't think anybody would be offended by that, Deacon Dave. Now, check this out. Patrick said, nah, Rob, her great grandfather was half black, so she cool. That's one of the reasons why, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if I necessarily believe in or agree with the quote unquote out of Africa theory, because that allows anybody to say that. I think that people should claim some exclusivity. You know what I'm saying? Everything came from Africa. I don't know. Because if everything came from Africa, then that creates a loophole for people to be able to try to lay claim to things in Africa, which they clearly do. It's been ravaged. And people justify it. That's just how I feel about it. Now you got actual, people there from the Netherlands, you know what I'm saying, the Boers, right? They're sitting there saying that they try to find any black person that they could poke their chest out and say, I'm more black than you. I'm more African than you. Everything came from Africa. Everything came from Africa. One of the reasons why a lot of people they have an easier time with things being exclusive is because everybody doesn't say everything came out of Europe. Everything didn't come out of Asia. So they can lay claim to these particular things. Anything that comes out of Africa somehow is always a quote unquote shared claim. And people embrace it. Everything came from Africa. Everything came from Africa. If everything came from Africa, how can you deny a shared claim when somebody come at you with a shared claim? This is what I'm talking about the backwards logic and hustling backwards. You want to include everybody? Everybody gonna steal from you. Everybody gonna have their hand on it. If you ask me, right, people should treat things that they care about the way that they treat a woman that they care about. Now, people would say that I'm being a simp, right? Now, I'm not being a simp because I'm not telling you to just treat any woman any type of way who's not giving you attention. I said you should treat it the way that you treat a woman that you love. Let me ask you guys this question. How many people would feel comfortable sharing their woman with everybody? She's everybody's woman. That's one of the biggest problems that people already have, is because everybody says a lot of the women is shared and for the streets. So that would make them no different than what's already out there. Everybody can lay claim to my woman. There you go. There, take her. You know what I'm saying? I'll be back. Nobody would know if that's how you treat your woman that you love, or if that's how you treat anything that you love, you're selfish with it, right? And you hold it only for yourself. Why do people feel okay opening up everything for everybody? Here, you know what I'm saying? My woman got, she got, here, take her. Nobody's gonna do that. But people do that with claims to particular things. We all from Africa. No, we're not all from Africa. And when I say we're not all from Africa, I'm not talking about, people from Africa. I'm talking about other races of people. You're not from Africa. You didn't evolve in Africa. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing the Dane Calloway, diaspora war thing when I say, quote unquote, you're not from Africa. I'm talking about non-black people. You're not from Africa. You don't lay claim to anything in Africa. However, I can't say that because the mob has adopted the share mentality. Shout out to Black Free Thinker for being a mod extraordinaire. Absolutely. Make sure you guys leave a like on both chats. And he just put the link to the other one in there. So make sure you guys hit that link. Somebody make it make sense. These are all things, small tweaks that people could do to improve. People always talk about preserve the culture. We got to protect the culture. How do you protect the culture if one of the bare baseline things is everything on earth came from Africa? If everything on earth came from Africa, everybody, for the most part, is effectively African. That's not, I don't believe that. These are the vulnerabilities that people's rhetoric opens themselves up to. People go around saying this stuff. You know what I'm saying? People go around saying this stuff. And it has an impact. People listen to it. And then they play it back. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Supreme Court has twice held this. I've read this already. How does this keep getting put up here? Let's see. So the executive order. Oh, okay, wait a minute. They will also lose their rights to vote, serve on juries, secure passports. Despite the Constitution's guarantee of citizenship, thousands of children will for the first time lose their ability to fully and fairly participate in American society as a citizen. All right. In a statement, Raul also said the executive. Now, again, I don't understand how this is comparable to the 14th Amendment when the people from the 14th Amendment didn't come into the country in these same circumstances, in any circumstances that an immigrant came in. How is this comparable? Who's interpreting these laws? I'll tell you one person who's not interpreting these laws. Our Black American owned legal conglomerates that work in their respective industry and focus their pro bono work on stuff like this. That's who's not doing it. Why are they not doing it? Because I don't think we have any. Do we have any of that? What are they called if we have them? What are the law firms? The law firm of the law firm of Leroy, Red, and June, right? The law firm of Leroy, Red, and June, they should be handling this on the pro bono side when they're not doing a corporate thing, right? So yeah, so now it says he added states will also be required with no notice at a considerable expense to immediately begin modifying their operation and administration of benefits programs to account for this change and verify a baby's immigration status, which will place significant burdens on multiple agencies that operate programs for the benefit of the state's residents. The suit filed by attorneys generals in Illinois, Arizona, Oregon, and Washington is separate. All right. So it's another lawsuit being filed by New Jersey Attorney General Matthew Plakin and several other attorney generals seeking to block Trump's order from taking effect. All right. So we're going to take a look at this too, because I didn't know about this other one. We're not going to look at this today, though. Well, it's a lot of pages to this. They put the whole doggone transcript in here. I thought it was just an article. I'm gonna put this in the chat in case y'all interested. I'm gonna put it in the Discord too. Give me 2 seconds. Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all watching. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. So this is the New Jersey lawsuit. New Jersey lawsuit. All right, it's the PDF file right here. And then, the chat will probably be gone. So to be able to get it, I would go to Discord. I'm going to put it in the React submission channels. All right. So there's that. All right. Saying it violates a constitutional right that has been in existence for over 150 years. Now, birthright citizenship means that anybody born in the U.S. is a citizen, regardless of their parents' immigration status. What was slaves' immigration status? Slaves didn't have an immigration status. The plantation owners had immigration status. My question to everybody is, what is a slave's immigration status? So how can this law be applied to what is done for immigrants? The slaves were not immigrants. The plantation owners were immigrants. So if a plantation owner standard is not applied based on this law should be invalid because it's comparing apples to oranges. Out of the three groups of people in the situation, slaves, plantation owners, and immigrants and plantation owners are both immigrants. The slaves are not. Here's my question. Why is it that our quote unquote leadership has not been slamming that point down people's throats? It's a pretty easy point to make. Makes a lot of sense. Not too many people saying it. Why? So here goes more people joining this lawsuit. Also joining that lawsuit were California, Massachusetts, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Maine, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, Rhode Island, Vermont, Wisconsin, as well as the District of Columbia and the city of San Francisco. If allowed to stand, this order, for the first time since the 14th Amendment, was adopted in 1868, would mean thousands of babies born each year in New Jersey who otherwise would have been citizens will no longer enjoy the privileges and benefits of citizens, Platkin's office said Tuesday. Why are they here? Who brought them here? They should be citizens already because their parents properly became citizens or naturalized. Oh, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Shout out to Black Spider. What leadership there is? Well, that seems like maybe possibly a potential issue, right? That's a little bit of an issue. You know what I'm saying? Trump's order excludes the following people from automatic citizenship: those whose mothers were not legally in the United States and whose fathers were not U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents. People whose mothers were in the country legally but on a temporary basis and whose fathers were not citizens or legal permanent residents. So everybody who's a birthright citizen is not getting their citizenship revoked. There's specific parameters on how it's going to get done. And it seems like these are very specific parameters. It's not everybody. So you got to ask the question, why is it getting talked about like it's everybody? The president cannot, with the stroke of a pen, write the 14th Amendment out of existence. He didn't. So the American Civil Liberties Union filed a separate lawsuit on Monday. All right. So again, it's massive lawsuits being filed about this. Okay. Why are so many lawsuits getting filed about this? What's up with the ACLU? Let me ask you guys this question. Are the ACLU outraged police? ACLU are a bunch of people that be mind controlling people. ACLU is people that be stealing people's rap contracts. You know what I'm saying? People do it like people need to stop with the ACLU. You know what I'm saying? The ACLU is what mind controls a bunch of people into the outrage that they don't even know what they outraged about. And then they pull the rug on you, like they pulled the rug when they said Elon Musk didn't do what they claim Elon Musk did. That was the ACL rug pulling. That's what people get for falling for the cheap used car salesperson, cheap ass tricks of the ACLU. Lawyer lies. Why do people fall victim to lawyer lies? I think that's a good question. Lawyer lies, man. Why do people let themselves fall victim to it? When the ACLU ever sued anybody on behalf of you? So don't be outraged for the ACLU no more. You know what I'm saying? It's just that simple, right? Both lawsuits named defendants, including Trump, the U.S. Department of State and Secretary Marco Rubio, and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and Acting Secretary Benjamin Huffman, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and Acting Secretary, Dorothy Fink, and the U.S. Social Security Administration and Acting Commissioner Michelle King and the United States of America. All right, so they suing everybody. That's what them people do. You know what I'm saying? Them people sue everybody. You know what I'm saying? People be falling for it. I don't know why people fall for it. So, shout out to y'all, man. Welcome back to Undocumented. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please take a moment, subscribe to the channel. Don't move a muscle. This live stream will take you right into the next one, which will be a little bit later. If I got time, you know what I'm saying? We'll see. I might actually do another one. Maybe not. You know what I'm saying? I might do some videos. The videos don't be worth it, man. I don't be feeling like doing no videos. Ain't nobody gonna watch the video. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of shout outs to do, man. So make sure y'all throw some flames, dogs, cats in the chat. Shout out to Catsy. Appreciate you, Catsy. Shout out to DSB. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Miss Nisi. Appreciate you, Miss Nisi. Shout out to my man, AB Promotions, a.k.a. Fomosaki. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, Fomosaki. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cameron. Appreciate you, Cameron. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Appreciate you, Black Free Thinker. Shout out to DSB. All right, we got to give DSB an again on that. Hold on real quick. Let me see. Again! All right, shout out to my man, John Guillory. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to my man, Patrick. I appreciate you as always, Patrick. All right. Shout out to John Guillory. Again, got to hit John with the again. Again! Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Appreciate you, Brooklyn Queen. Got to hit Brooklyn Queen with the again. Again! Shout out to Tetra. Appreciate you, Tetra. Got to hit Brooklyn Queen with the again. Again! And shout out to my man, Deacon Dave. And shout out to my man, Deacon Dave, for throwing the clip in there. Definitely appreciate you, bro. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,